Okay. Watching this on YouTube, you can tell me right now if this is actually the last BFA VOD or not. I don't know. You're the one in the future.
May the Earth Mother smile upon you.
Greetings. I am pleased you answered my call.
Honor those who came before
The
us.
Spirit Walkers commune with our ancestors and maintain balance with the spirit realm. It is a sacred duty that links our present to our past. But lately the Spirit Walkers have been troubled by visions of chaos and turmoil, of a rising darkness. The time of the spirits have whispered your name. We are unsure why. The Spirit Walker Usa means to find out.
For the Horde.
Yes, that Usa. We actually just saw him not too long ago. Oh yeah, one other question to the people of the future. Yes or no? Alright, let's see. Mulgore is still pretty. The only vanilla zone worth a damn visually. Not the skybox though, that skybox is Garbo. Garbo!
Yes.
I expected you sooner. Look, I've had a lot on my mind, okay?
Honor the spirits.
The ancestors have whispered your name. Now it's time for you to reach out to them. Here, in this sacred place, we Spirit Walkers commune with those who came before us. Sit within the circle and light the incense. Oh, excuse me. I lost it. If you open your heart, a spirit guide will present itself to you. Let us hope it will lead you to the answers we seek.
And light the incense. Then center yourself and slow your breathing. Focus on the smoke as it swirls around you. Let it fill you and lighten your spirit. Breathe in and out.
Also, really quick, I know I've showed it off before, but read my mog. I really like this. It's actually a hodgepodge of quite a few different pieces. It's a very brutalist druid, which is the goal, of course. You know, wild druid. Oh, the helmet is perfect. I built the whole set around the helmet, actually. Okay.
Greetings, young one.
I believe your guide was delivering a warning. The unrest within the spirit realm may be even more dire than we first feared. We must cross over at once from a place with a strong bond to the spirit realm. In ages past, Tauren made pilgrimage to Sunrock Retreat to engage in such a ritual. It is said that long ago Anshi himself kissed the mountain where the retreat now stands.
Honor the spirits.
Probably not true, because Anshi probably doesn't exist, but you never know. Okay, hold on a second. Why are my bars so wrong? Whoa, 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 whoa. I completely lost it. Where is it? There it is. Why is my bar completely screwed up? Hang on a sec. Okay, that should be about right.
Munchies, crunchies, lucky doos and loot.
Okay, cool.
Beware of Yeti.
Just making sure I saved this suit. I don't want to have to recreate it from memory later. Like I said, it's a bit of a hodgepodge. Am I the only one who actually likes being able to see multiple zones at once? You know, when the fog isn't there. Random thought, because I know some people are like, ugh, I hate it being able to see far in this game. It sucks. I like shoving marshmallows into my eyes when I'm playing video games. I'm paraphrasing. I don't know what they actually think. Hi, Hazardous. Woo!
Yes.
Shall we begin?
Ancestors guide you.
You will be crossing into the spirit realm. Take caution, for it's a place both of tranquility and danger. Make contact with your spirit guide. There must be a reason it was in pain when it revealed itself to you.
Honor the spirits.
See, that's what I would like, Kira, right there. At least as an option. Don't mistake me, I do like the rolling mists thing they implemented in Dragonflight. But I'd still like the option to just see everywhere. Just delete the fog. We're not playing Morrowind. This isn't an N64 game. It's a PS2 game. Get it right. Hello, Triaxia. My spirit is always armed with an Iruth. That is just a straight up freaking undead spirit. What in the world? Right. Give me your specular.
Oh, young one, how I wish we could have met under different circumstances. The spirit realm is out of balance. Dark spirits are crossing over into the mortal world. There will come a time for us to speak, but first, you must warn our people of this threat.
Uh-huh. Nice, Traxia.
Greetings, young one.
Your guide is a Tarn, a chieftain ancestor. That's a great honor. But if your guide was under attack, then I fear balance has been lost.
Ancestors guide you.
Yeah, you and me both, Aneruth. I guess it's finally reached the other side of the pond. This is worse than I feared. The people of Bloodhoof Village are in grave danger. Even the brave young Tarn who train there are woefully unprepared for the danger that's coming. Do what you can to stop this threat. I will go to Thunderbluff to warn the High Chieftain.
Honor the spirits. Isahi, Akule, we must make haste to Thunder Bluff. Our champion will aid Bloodhoof Village.
Call me Noxaith. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, that right there. That mist effect. That's actually not the Dragonflight one, but that's very close to it. Now, oh my god, I am dead. Oh, wow, okay. Hmm. Take two. Straight up using Shadowland's abilities at this point, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. Oh my god! I just... Wow! Okay, okay. I can't kill a single mob. Hi, Mr. Red. Yeah, my gear is tolerable. Oof, okay. Yeah, weapons fine. Okay. Yeah. Let's be a little more circumspect, shall we? Jesus Christ, they hit so hard. They hit so hard. I'm gonna drop some moons on them. They're level 80, as they should be. Good morning, Blue Boy Wiz. Okay, I just had to blow literally every cooldown and we managed to kill one of those things. And yeah, I think you're right. Sorry, Miss Mirrorstar. I think that is just straight up a model from Shadowlands. Which makes sense. Like, by this point, most of the work on Shadowlands had been done. So, like, surely the Jailer existed by now, right? Even though there's still been no hint of his existence at all. None. Continues to be weird. Thank you for the sub, Cat Horse. Steam World block, 3D dot heroes, and the Riftbreaker. Yeah, Sylvanas gets some random spell ability thing that kills Varrock, and that's all we get. Yeah, fun thing. If you think that we've had troubled production so far, you have no idea. The Shadowlands diff was real.
Braves, prepare for battle! Thunderbluff is under attack!
Those are also pretty much the Shadowlands colors right there. Dull gray with hints of blue and kind of a rusty iron red.
To me! This spirit is the one who leads them! Spirits watch over you. We are stronger together.
It is fortunate that Spirit Walker Uso passed along your spirit guide's warning. We were able to evacuate most of the citizens. This cursed spirit is full of malevolence and hatred and must be destroyed.
Earth Mother, guide us all.
Okay.
Without honor, we have nothing. Champion, I am at your side.
Are you? That thing has 50 million health. Okay.
Stand beside our ancestors and accept their aid. The ancestors! Let them grant you their power!
Would, but I'm about to die. So, you know how it is, right? Just slow mode my energy back up here.
Stand beside our ancestors and accept their aid!
Hello, Ect. Hello, Dakota. Holy crap.
We must destroy the spirit before it is too late!
Cairn?
No, my son. Let it be. Our way seeks not destruction, but harmony. We need both light and shadow to see what lies before us. You have helped this champion restore balance to the spirit realm, and balance is what we strive for.
Father, Mother, can you stay? I have so much I wish to tell you.
I know, but we must wait for another time. We are proud of you, my son. Remember always that the Earth Mother watches over you, and so do we.
Definitely the first time in WoW is Mirror Star. Ugh.
How may I aid you?
You have saved Thunder Bluff. However, the spirit realm is growing more restless and the balance is tipping. We have restored it, for now. But how long until the scales are moved again, and what is causing it? I do not have those answers, but I have another favor to ask.
Stand strong. Stay.
We owe our victory to your spirit's guidance. We must honor the old ways by giving thanks to the ones who came before us. To the southwest lies a beautiful vista where my father once took me. It would be a fitting place to reflect on all that's transpired. Please take this offering to our ancestors.
We serve as Tauren of Thunderbluff. We are safe thanks to the deeds of our champion. Long will we remember this day. Let us pay tribute to our ancestors. Let us honor our tribe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the end of Cairn. What I find really strange is that was actually a pretty effective foreshadowing bit for Shadowlands. Why is it in the Tauren Heritage Quest?
Our people once lived as nomads. It was not long ago that we settled in these lands. Some of us are still wanderers at heart. You have done much in your travels to honor your ancestors. Look upon this land and know that the peace and harmony found here are also within you. Balance has been restored, and I must bid you farewell. But the spirits will always watch over you. Wherever the great hunt leads you, may our gifts remind you of your tribe and your home. Walk with the Earth Mother.
Yeah, this is weird. A very strange but interesting heritage quest. But yeah, the problem is, yeah, this... I don't know. From my mind, when I think heritage quest, I think it should be a quest chain that really cuts to the heart of the... Well, normally I'd say the class fantasy, but, you know, the race fantasy. A racial identity, if you will. And this doesn't hit that note for me. It was nice to see Cairn again. And Bane having his little step. That's nice. And foreshadowing. It's actually legitimately good foreshadowing for the Shadowlands. But this doesn't scream Tauren to me, you know? Still good. Just, you know, not at the same level. So I'm actually not going to put it on. But there is the actual Tauren Heritage armor. So I would never use the pants. And I would probably never use the shirt. But hang on. Let's see if we can mix and match a little bit.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
So I believe... it's in a weird spot, isn't it? I just saw it, too. There it is. Yep, so the totem is the cloak, as expected. I think I might actually switch to that for this exact suit. Shoulders, maybe? Completely clashes the color scheme, but those are very nice looking shoulders. But no, I think the only change I'm going to make is I'm going to add the totem.
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
And honestly, can I get a shout out for all my Tauren homies over the last like what was it, 15 years at this point, something like that we finally have a frickin' totem as a Tauren character, even if it's just cosmetic. Now, where's my Tauren weapons, damn it? Wonk! Alright. Oh, apparently in Dragonflight we actually get a totem weapon. Holy crap. Where, Huthor, if you don't mind my asking? I'm gonna assume that's a mace. The Bane quest. Well, I should have it then. I've done that quest. What is it? What type is it? Wait, this is BFA stuff. So it has to be over here. Let me start right at it. Yeah, what's it called? Zero-Nect. I do not have it. But there it is. Oh, I want that. I want that. Well, interestingly enough, its answer is not applicable in the game. But I'm guessing that you're correct. I have to do the quest on a Tauren, which means at some point I need to go out there on Noxaith and actually do that. Double checking something really quick. Yeah, no, that's the... I'm curious. Before we switch characters, just indulge me really quick here. That is weird. Like, it really should just unlock. I have done that quest. So what's an example of a gaming industry standard that is used within companies as a tool? Yeah, like disguising loading screens is a very, very, very old example of that kind of concept, if that's what we're talking about. Culling would be another thing, which is and has been an industry standard since the NES era. Meanwhile, in the future... I don't see it. I even know the quest I'm looking for, but I don't see it. Maybe it's outside. I'll poke at that really quick. Also, I notice my Z pearl is wrong. There she is. Somewhere in this mess of quests. Where is she? just saw her. I literally just saw her. There she is.
What has the wind
That's
brought?
the quest. I'm not going to do that right now. But just for my own future tracking. I'll get that later. For now... I don't know, whiteboards, I suppose, hazardous? An inordinate quantity of developers use whiteboards. So, remember Zunla?
Salutations!
Zumla, the Alliance has made a request for Gnomragon's might in the coming war of Shadowlands. It's my honor to inform you that Captain Sparknozzle wishes for your expert assistance in the matter. You are hereby requested to meet him in New Tinkertown.
Daylight's burning.
Also, why are you a warlock?
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. Consorting with demons, you know?
Yeah. What's the problem?
Nothing. Never mind. Please don't kill me.
Yeah, screw it, I'm just gonna fly. It's probably faster to just fly. I don't actually remember what it's called, but there's also a thing that not just game development companies, but development companies in general use, where they'll push out a release across all active testing builds so that everyone can interact with it and the QA team can get started on the previous build. Figure out what kind of... I don't remember any of the terminology. Bugs happen when certain processes interfere with other processes, and the only way to know that is to push out the build and then test it in a live environment. That is a pretty common practice.
Report!
The rest of the gnomes I requested arrived shortly before you. Allow me to brief you on the situation.
Poor Gnomragon.
The leaders of the Alliance have agreed to fund an elite gnomish aerial task force, and you have been chosen to lead for the rest of the team of the gnomish elite aerial rangers. I have assembled some of our finest tinkers and soldiers from Gnomragon, who are now under your command. The 3 of them are already here in New Tinkertown. Introduce yourself. Assemble your team.
I'm putting together a team. Maverick's gonna be the heavy. Yura's the architect. Huthor's the distraction. Mr. Red is the sacrifice.
We are go for launch. On your mark, Commander. You can count on me, Commander.
Asmira Star is the fuel. Actually, no. I was thinking about how many characters you voiced in RFF9, Maverick. And lifting so much of the load. Look, eel oil is great fuel, I'm just saying.
Orders, Commander?
So yeah, the one every gnome has been talking about. Emity Autoblast, sharpshooter and scout for the 7th Legion. If you need anything related to explosions, I'm your gnome. I'd like to think I'm a pretty good shot, too.
Always ready to fly. Excited to be working with you, Commander.
Yeah, interesting custom animations here. Playing around with it.
Hello!
Isn't she beautiful? I've been working on various modifications to Mechatork's newest Mechanostrider in hopes of making them even more useful. So far, I've been able to reduce shock damage of long-distance jumps by 20% and set the headlight's luminosity control to automatically respond to current light. Right now, I'm testing out a new coat of paint pigments to provide better insulation. She continues on like this for several minutes. Oh, sorry, I'm Master Tinker Fizzy. I was one of Mechadork's many assistants. It's an incredible honor to be chosen for this.
I've got a gadget for every occasion. I've really been looking forward to this. I can't wait to get started.
This is not a very unusual pick for favorite song by Taval. Make of that what you will.
Report!
Alright, briefing time.
Nomragon.
Ahem. An elite aerial unit wouldn't be complete without the newest innovations in flying machine technology. Hang on. Before we talk about flying machine technology, I'm going to look something up really quick.
Here we go. They were. The Gnomish flying machine was Warcraft 2. Along with the Goblin Zeppelin. I wasn't sure because Griffin Riders and Dragons, I knew. Red Dragons. Ugh.
The innovative new engine we built was left behind when we evacuated Nomragon.
That was literally years ago.
You are Nomragon's finest soldiers, paragons of nomanity, the best examples of gnomish ingenuity and determination. And so, you four will be the first to take to the skies as gnomish aerial elite rangers and...
Elite Aerial Rangers, sir.
Excuse me, soldier?
You said Aerial Elite Rangers, which would be GAER. If you wanted GEAR...
I know what I said! Anyway, you are the first gnomish elite aerial rangers, and you will show Azeroth everything we gnomes can accomplish.
She is right. But yeah, so there we go. There's our iconic racial identity thing. Gnomes entered the setting in Warcraft 2, and that is what they brought to the table, was the flying machines and the submarines. You had a choice between the two, I'd probably go with flying machine as well. Right, workshop entrance. Which is it like right up here or something? God. I mean, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? Warlock's like, alright, look, demons. You got a couple of choices. You can be my fuel, or you can work for me. Take your pick. And yeah, I'd probably give that to the gnomes. Frankly, very little in FF14 could actually stand up against something like WoW stuff. Like, there's a couple of individual things, but like on a group scale, it is called Warcraft for a reason. Oh, Lord. Can we not give the gnomes access to Alexander, please? Can we make that a thing? Or I guess not make that a thing, as the case may be. Yeah, Chromie shows up. I'm just gonna take that, thanks.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Commander?
Over. Reading out.
Looks like your communication device is working, Tinker. Commander, the last gnomes to visit this wing were my own unit on their way to Sector 17. Watch out for any steam pipes or gnome bots in disrepair.
I actually unironically love the idea of Chromie and Alexander just chatting. Because, like, honestly, from my own understandings of Alexander, it would probably be in lockstep with the Bronze Flight overall. Like, both of them tend to agree time is something you probably shouldn't mess with unless you really, really know what you're doing. And so they all look at him and they're like, yeah, we should, you're probably right to basically shut yourself down. But you know, they can still chat from time to time. Or they could consult Alexander. So, we're trying to figure out how to make such and such happen. And Alexander's like, move this cup 3 inches to the left. And they're like, aha, perfect. That'll start a chain reaction. And then, like, show the chain reaction of nonsense, which started with moving this cup 3 inches to the left. Just really go hog wild with how far that domino chain goes. Whoa. That would be very fun. I like that idea. Yeah, time traveler moves a chair. I like how this is more of an obstacle course than a dungeon so far. I say as a bunch of rats jump down to kill me. Give me your souls, puny rats. Yeah, you missed me dying horribly on the Taran one. It was scaled for 80. I don't think I've seen that one. Poor Invincible. Probably my personal favorite of the time dailies in Paldraszus is the one where you have to convince like 5 different versions of Wrathion across the timelines to stop arguing with each other for 5 seconds. My favorite part is you can tell which Wrathion is which just by talking to them. Yeah, I wish those quests weren't dailies, because there's a lot of quality in those, and well, they're dailies. I've done the Misha one, yeah. He was acting on empathy. Which, ironically, is very non-instinctual.
My old workshop. The engine should be on the other side of the room. But I don't detect my old combat suit. How odd.
I wouldn't worry about it. He's casting a spell called Error on me.
Warning! Warning! Intruder alert! Intruder alert!
Game, if you're gonna give me PTSD, warn me first.
Warning! Warning!
Camp at his mirror star.
Report!
Excellent. I've sent Tinkerbrow and Autoblast ahead to prepare the engine for installation.
For Nomragon.
While you were in Nomragon, we received a distress signal from Fizzcrank in the Borean Tundra. No! I mean, we've already had a dancing boss in WoW. I don't even give a crap. I like that fight. We always knew this would be coming at some point. We are going back to the Borean Tundra. I just keep waiting for us to go back to the Eastern Plagueland at some point for one of these quests. Because you know that's going to happen. It's going to be like, hey, so listen. From my hearth. Okay. Mr. Red, I'm going to need you to immediately sacrifice yourself on those horns to make sure nobody else hears them. But, sir, that'll kill him. I know. But it's a sacrifice he's going to have to make. For the good of us all. I'm a little surprised they've never done a math boss. They've done wild, crazy, and insane boss designs over the years. They never had a math boss. Yeah, come on. We're getting a slot machine boss in less than a week now. I'm going to take a brief AFK while we cross Winter Spring, the great obstacle course.
Greetings for the Alliance.
You? No. Oh god, where's the flight path? There it is.
What brings
It's not where it is in the other Dalaran. Okay, I'll be right back. And there you... God, Old Flight is so slow. How did we ever deal with this? I mean, I know the answer to that. You'd set the flight path, and then you'd wander away from the computer for a while. Aw. Well, thank you for the daisy, Blondiosaurus Rex. And I hope your father enjoys the VODs, such as they are. We need a daisy Loa. We already have a corn Loa. We need to have a daisy Loa. Is Winter Grasp in my cold playlist? Let's find out. Looks like no. I've got Frosthold, I've got Snowblind Hills, Echoes, Coldwind Heights, and the Crystal Song Forest. Whoa! Hey, the Lore Runner. One word. What's holding you back from jumping on this opportunity? We'd like to work with you about a sponsorship to play Monopoly Go! Oh yeah, speaking of which, did you hear that Pokemon Go is selling out to the devil? Saudi Arabia, very specifically. Just a little PSA if anybody cares. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the devil... No, I mean someone actually much worse than Tencent. Speaking of the devil, welcome back to the Borean Tundra.
Do we have a mission?
Oh, Commander, you arrived shortly before you. The airman just finished explaining the situation.
For the Alliance.
Good to see you, Commander.
The gnomes here report Trogs attacked from the north and started attacking every gnome and everything. Now it's our job to fix this situation. Luckily, I have the perfect plan. We need to calibrate the bomber's gun, and doing so on the ground is much less risky in the air.
Looking forward to the next test flight.
Okay. I admittedly don't count Coldara as Borean proper. Caldera is functionally its own biome over there. There's a bunch of Trogs here now instead of Mechanomes. Why are you still here, even? Hang on one second. This is not where that should be. Okay, whatever. Move it over here. I mean, I will always give them some degree of credit. They spent some time and effort? Did we just shoot out a canary that explodes? Mr. Red, we here at the Lore Walkers professionally recommend not dying. Especially, ironically, while being in the afterlife. If I was them, I would do what they should have done with Cataclysm to begin with. Make a new server. In other words, a new instance. So leave Northrend completely alone. And I know what you're thinking. You're just dumb, Lore! And you're right, I am very stupid. But what I mean by that, to explain myself, is there's two problems. First is most obvious. Maintaining the past, right? Like, no reason to etch-a-sketch the history of it. But two, and arguably more importantly, we have seen many, many, many times that when they try to just add additional layers to old zones, it causes more and more and more issues over time. Both Undercity and Orgrimmar are hilariously broken on multiple levels because of how many layers and how many triggers go through those zones now. So just make a new instance. Don't even bother with it. You don't have to start from scratch, because you could grab the file, I forget what it's called, but basically you could grab the terrain from Northrend, plop it over into the new server, and start from there, right? You don't have to start from scratch. The trogs in the area seem to have been dealt a serious blow. Cog Captain Winklespring's voice... His name is Winklespring? His voice springs over to life. Oh, get it? Winklespring's voice springs to life.
One of the recon pilots did a scouting run over the station. She reported there seems to be a trog at the top level that's larger and smarter than the others. He's somehow managed to get one of the defendo tanks on the station working in his favor. Take him out.
Are you down or up? You appear to be up. Hello? Smash! Small one said smash other small ones. He just used an attack called Do the Thing. He used an attack called Do the Thing. I wonder what Trog souls taste like. Little salty. Yeah. So he dropped a broken communication device. A constant beeping noise is the only sound coming from the speaker.
What's our current trajectory?
Congrats, Judo Joker. Do you have a shovel?
There's always room to tinker. Time to get to work.
The Trog was carrying this. I have an idea. I just attach the core of this to the input module, amplify the match frequency here. Flip the switch. Just make sure it's the right one. The left one's the self-destruct switch. Or was that reversed?
I've got a gadget for every occasion. And 3, 2, 1.
I don't hear any more noise. I do hope that means you smashed the intruder, you foolish brute.
Kelzo Sparkspanner. It can't be.
Da-da-da-da!
You know that ugly mugcock, Captain?
He was one of Thermoplug's assistants, but no one has heard from him since the Gnomragon incident. Where's that signal coming from, Tinkerbo? We need to hurry.
Need something?
Need just a signal to trace the origin.
Looking forward to the next
Looks like it's being transmitted from the Storm Peaks. Time to put these flying machines to work.
Time to get to work.
Oh gosh, okay.
All systems ready. Let's fly.
Sparkspanner always was an odd one. Can't imagine what he has planned.
Imagine no longer, simpleton. I am more than willing to tell you how you and your little crew will meet your demise.
Sparkspanner, so you did survive Gnomragon.
Did you really think that I, the great Thermoplug second in command, would die in a scheme I helped engineer?
You what? What could you possibly have hoped to accomplish?
Recognition! And what did we get? A fool of a gnome sweeping in and reaping the rewards of all our work. All those who followed Mechatalk must pay. With my army of trogs, I will decimate all of Gnomanity.
I like the new plane models too, but I think my favorite part is the way they did the gnomish emblem on the tail and the... I don't remember what it's called. Thing that goes like this.
Commander, the signal tracker is going haywire. I'll need some time to recalibrate it.
Find a safe spot to land. We'll cover you while you adjust the device.
Home sweet home. Is that a rudder? I mean, it functions as a rudder, so yeah. This can't be no Docker jet. It's only got one gun on it. Need to get us more Docker. Yeah, it's painted all purple, which I guess is kind of red, so it kind of works.
Reporting for duty.
I've set up a cloaking device that'll cover our current location. We should be safe for now.
The skies are clear.
We need to give Tinkerbell some cover while she figures out our new trajectory. Here, it may not look like much, but this is a fully functional spider tank. We just need to de-shrinkify it.
It's a good day to fly.
Sure, let me de-shrinkify the tank here. Well, J. Palmer, I am de-shrinkifying a tank.
Behold!
Die, Trog scum. You're not allowed in this world anymore. Actually, I was thinking about it. We were talking about all of the non-major races. I keep trying to come up with a less insulting way to phrase that. Of all of them, I feel like the Trogs are the ones we could rehabilitate? Work with the least. Because they're Trogs. Yeah, they don't have much going for them. They're earthen, but literally stupider. So, we've had several friendly gnolls, and we flesh out the gnolls a little bit. As I mentioned before, pretty much all of the races other than Quilboar and Harpies have had something done for them. Except for the Trogs.
The tracker is working again, Commander. We've moved closer to the signal source and are awaiting your orders.
That's true, Huthor. And yeah, that's actually an interesting point. The only way we could make Trogs workable is if we literally cured them. Trogs are severely warped and cursed earthen, Krakatsan, to simplify a bit. I just have this as a mount. No, exactly. Like, at that point, we're just fixing them from being Trogs and turning them into earthen. Now, that could be a thing. We could do that. It's better than killing them all. But I don't have another option there.
Awaiting orders.
Glad you found your way here safely, Commander.
The skies are clear.
Tinkerbow hasn't finished installing the guns on our flying machine, so it's time to give it a trial by fire. We've got confirmation our target is, in fact, in the halls of stone. Let's start by clearing out forces at the front.
It's a good day to fly.
Okay.
Careful, Commander. The Titan facility's exterior defenses may have been rewired to see us as intruders.
Worry not, Tinker. I am an excellent pilot.
I'll keep that in mind when we get shot out of the sky, Cog Captain.
What's interesting is FF14 is definitely ahead of WoW in terms of unique mounts. I actually prefer WoW mounts overall in terms of both aesthetics and actual gameplay. But FF14 mounts allow you to be on all kinds of things. Like, never mind wings and jetpacks. There's something where you just hang from a dude, you know? There's one where there's a claw that's just gripping you. Yeah, I've been wondering about that. Because you're right, the overwhelming majority of mounts in WoW, you're just this, right? Somewhere. You know, that would be funny. Oh my god, the Legion's attacking. We need to build an air squadron. Okay, we defeated the Legion, but we just finished our air squadron. Frickin' heroes and their stupid artifacts. Hate them. Ugh. And that's the start of their villain arc. What they should probably do is think about making mounts that don't even have to have the player visible, like the alchemy mount. You could stretch a lot more with the design of the mounts if they did that. I guess I know they have a couple like that.
On your
I can think of 3.
Hold on to something. This is going to be a bumpy landing.
Well, there go those fancy new planes. Literally flew into the halls of stone.
Reporting for duty. We are go for launch.
This'll leave you ecstatic. Be mindful of your conduct.
Okay, leave the puns to me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm acting in self-defense. You fools! The Titan defenses are already under my control. The loss of my mech means nothing. You will...
Well, he got crushed by his own mech. As it should be.
Awaiting orders.
Everyone alright? Arteria can set up a medic bot if necessary.
For the Alliance.
That was a close one, but we managed to defeat Sparkspanner. Nomanity and Azeroth are saved from a threat they didn't even know about.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the Trog army.
On your mark, Commander.
I don't want to dismiss your accomplishment, but I wasn't losing sleep over the army of the Trogs. I do too, is Miristar. Correct, Kraken-san. Mechanomes were based off of Memoron, and gnomes came out of mechanomes, as the name implies. Ugh. I bet you this is still faster than the tram. To be honest with you. Like, the tram might not be there, and I have to go into a loading screen, and then I have to leave Ironforge. Only 2.5 clicks away. I got this. Yeah, I like the story here a bit better than the Tauren one, but the gameplay, much better. I'm not just saying that because I died like 3 times on the Tauren one.
Report! Rangers, you have more than proven gnomish aerial might. The Alliance will no doubt call upon gear in the future. But first, every elite unit requires a proper uniform. Wear the colors of Gnomragon with pride, Ranger.
Well, pop it out.
Come, shop, browse. Smell.
Oh, that is much cooler than I was expecting. It even matches my actual setup, my colors. That is actually legit. It's a perfect helmet, too. For once. If you know me, I tend to be iffy on helmets in this game. I love the belt. Oh, I want that belt on other characters. And yeah, the gears on the shoulders. And on the helmet. Whoop, too far in. No, that actually might be my favorite Heritage set so far, purely visually. The Blood Elf one is the other one, I would say. That's really, really cool looking. I'm almost sad that that's limited to gnomes. Pretty sure I have that, but I don't have a sword to look at it on.
Crunchies, lucky doos and root.
Yeah, I don't.
May your feet find good trails.
Oh, let's see. Yes, I'm going to jump immediately. There it is. I'm going to jump immediately into Goblin of Oregon. Heritage weapons would be another cool step to go into. In fact, I'd be a little bit surprised if they don't someday just make... Like, once they finish all the Heritage armors, which they're one race away from, they just decide to do Heritage weapons. Yeah, I was just saying, we've already started. Hendarin, J. Palmer. Hi, Zar. Yep, time for Goblin. The other Warlock. I didn't plan for the Goblin and the Gnome to both be Warlocks, but it does kind of fit when you think about it, doesn't it? Isn't that just monk armor? I mean, lol, but no.
Well, look who it is.
Hey, Sassy. How's it been? You remember her, right? From the Goblin Start area?
What's happening?
Ho, ho, ho. Look what the cat dragged in. You know how long we've been waiting for you?
You need anything, you come to me.
I'm glad you're finally here. I've got some important deliveries to make, and you're the Goblin I trust most. But yeah, I know that's not saying much, but it's hard to find good help these days. This package for Hobart Grappleham. He's got a workshop in Crapopolis. I need someone to deliver it to him. He's been working on something big lately. Deliver the package, and for the love of money, don't drop it. You have no idea how long it took me to locate this thing.
Got a ride to Crapopolis waiting for you on the dock. Oh, and Gallowix bought out the whole town, so, try not to get on his bad side.
I will kill his face off immediately. In 1 week. Actually, do we know when the raid's opening up? 'Cause it's probably going to be story mode for me. At least to start. That's not too bad of a wait. One more week. So, in 2 weeks, I'm going to kill his face off. Oh, I'm sorry. In 4 weeks, I'm going to kill his face off.
Watch your step, kid. You're on Gallywix's turf now.
See, the troublemaker Gallywix is always complaining about? Can't say I'm impressed. I am literally wielding the Scepter of Sargeras. It's not called that out of like, whatever. This literally... Okay. So, yeah, now we... What's funny is I didn't even know that Gallywix was here. Because if you remember, I made a point that Gallywix literally leaves the narrative after the HVA stuff went away, after the attack on Orgrimmar. Apparently, one last hurrah, then he'll be gone for 2.5 expansions. Hang on 1 second here.
You're working on something new, Hobart. Remember that I own the rights to anything you invent, in perpetuity.
That contract is null and void! You forged my signature!
What a wild and unprovable accusation! Crapopolis and everything in it belongs to me. Now, get to work on my new invention. Let's go, boys.
Hello, Gallywix.
Step right up, pal.
But isn't Armdumia? It's I'm surprised to see you here. You've been a thorn on my side for too long. Maybe it's time I make the thorn disappear for good.
We done?
In 4 weeks. 4 weeks. 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
A new assistant! Excellent!
Gallywix shows some nerve threatening me in my own laboratory. Thinks he can just move in, do what he wants to ever he wants.
Ambition is the mother of invention.
Oh, Sassy asked you to deliver this package. These must be the parts out of last month. I can finally begin the final round of testing on my latest inventions.
Run along now.
Now, you delivered my necessary parts. I can begin testing the prototype. I call it the X-52 personnel armor. It'll be nearly indestructible. Gallywix always coveted my inventions, and now that he knows about the X-52, I'm sure he'll be up to no good. I gotta complete the prototype before Gallywix comes up with a way to steal it out from under me. I can really use an extra set of hands. Can I count on you? Sure.
If that bloviating buffoon thinks I'll simply surrender my greatest invention, then he is sorely mistaken. The X-52 personnel armor will revolutionize the Goblin arms industry. With your help, I can finally commence the next phase of testing.
Sorry, I was looking something up. All right, let's do this.
Do you have a question? Test number 1. Sub-zero temperatures.
Are you gonna be okay there, buddy?
This test simulates an environment that is an order of magnitude more frigid than Northwind. No vital signs from the test subject, but the armor remains intact. Success!
We just murdered someone. You, okay.
Test number 2, extreme thermal stress. If we want this armor to withstand an explosion, then it certainly needs to be fireproof. It seems we've lost another test subject. But the boots are unharmed. Progress!
Do I have to hit the button? Because this is the next test subject. And, well. Okay.
Oh, wait, hold up! This ain't what I signed up for! I'm out of of here!
Probably the right call.
Respect for the scientific method! Ugh, it's so hard to find good help these days. Speak up!
Yeah, good work. The experiments were mostly successful. However, it does look like we'll need to find a new lab assistant for the explosive testing.
We have field tests to
I'm gonna need some additional components to complete the next phase of testing. Right now, we have thermoplugs and thermoplug adapters. I'll explain what they're for later. Craig Greasefuse runs a shop near the entrance of town. Go speak with Craig, get him to fork over the necessary parts. I don't care what they cost, just tell him to bill me later. I can't be bothered to negotiate right now. I need to prepare modifications.
While you acquire the thermoplugs, I'll devise a new explosives test. Maybe in my storage facility when you return.
Okay. These security guys, they're good. Look at them. You can barely even see them. They're working undercover.
Yo!
Thermoplug, huh? Yeah, I got some here, but they ain't cheap.
Keep it real.
Alright, I ain't giving you on credit. There's way too many slubs who haven't paid me back the money they owe me. I'm in over my head here. If I don't get paid fast, I'll be out of business in no time. Look, tell you what. You can muscle those no-good goons into paying me my money. I'll give you thermoplugs as payment.
Make those shady thugs pay up, and I'll get you those thermoplugs.
There he is again. This actor is all over the place in BFA. Okay, well, time to, you know. Well, it depends. It kind of depends, Loke. Like, who's defining the rules? And for which jurisdiction?
What's shaking?
So, pay up.
Have a good one.
That's right. It's time to be a loan shark.
Talk to me. Glad I could help.
Well, spit it out. See you around, friend.
Interestingly enough, whether or not someone signs up for something doesn't actually have anything to do with it being legal. As weird as that may sound. Something a lot of people tend to forget here in the United States in real life. EULAs are not law. That's not presumption. That's been proven in court.
What?
I'm pretty sure WoW runs on the golden rule. Whoever has the gold makes the rules.
How you doing? Yeah, what you want? Catch you on the flip side.
Don't. Oh my God, Shadow Machine.
Hey, how you doing?
I am shocked at how few of those I had to kill.
What's up?
You got my money?
Be good.
It's all here. Good work, kid. Thermoplugs are yours. Send my regards to Grandpa Hammer. Tell him to name one of his inventions after me.
Have a good one. Tell Grapplehammer that if he needs more thermoplugs, he better pay up.
That's another interesting thing. I don't know when exactly the Goblin Quest happened storyline-wise, but one way or another, the Horde's kind of undergoing a massive internal power structure shift. You know, away from having a war chief. Oh my God. Okay. Just be careful when you start to get close, okay?
Yes? What is
God,
it?
it's so weird going pretty much straight from Gazlowe to this, right? Resurrection magic is a thing, Logue. Although you gotta pay extra for that. Plus the premium package. These exactly what I need to finish the experiments, the landmine on the upcoming experiments. Oh, I didn't mention the landmines? I thought I did. Oh, wait, I'll explain everything later. It'll be fine, it'll be fine.
Run along now.
Now that we have the thermal plugs. We're ready for the next test of the prototype X-52 personnel armor. Fortunately, my lab assistants either quit or expired. What a pity. But now you get to wear the armor. How exciting. The next test will be conducted over by my new mechanized lab assistant. Head over to the main workshop and press the big red button. Don't worry, I'll be giving you directions over the built-in intercom.
Congratulations! You are officially my newest lab assistant and test subject. Don the X-52 personnel armor and proceed to the main building. I'll provide further instructions once you're prepared.
Should I be worried about the gigantic pile of spiked landmines? And I recognize these models, too. These are the ones that have legs, so they can move.
Excellent! Pull the red lever in front of the mechanized lab assistant to begin.
System activated. Greetings, user. Initiating combat simulation. Please prepare to be pummeled.
I should probably take this seriously. Every other one of these bosses have actually heard. Although not as much as that frickin' Tauren one. God damn. Okay, real buttons, real buttons.
Thermal stress test in progress.
Wow. I'll give you it. You got me. I would say in-lore resurrection magic is quite rare, similar to Hearthstone's. We know it exists, and we know it's been done from time to time. But the only real evidence we have that it's common is that stupid Wrath quest. And no offense to Wrath, but Wrath is not something you probably should be considering as canon for the most part. Like, a lot of Wrath has been retconned or adjusted or otherwise, you know, moved forward from. So, let's go put this on. Take two.
System activated. Greetings, user. Initiating combat simulation. Please prepare to be pummeled.
Probably J. Palmer.
Thermal stress test in progress. Explosives test initiated.
Yeah, I could see Anduin, Velen. I'm not sure who else, actually. Managing a res in lore. The Naru could probably do it. Uther?
A new assistant!
Like, Uther is definitely retribution, so... This is fantastic. You're currently suffering a moderate amount of internal bleeding, but the prototype armor performed just as it predicted at extreme levels of repeated blood force. The X-52 don't have a scratch on it.
We have field tests to conduct.
Correct, Evo.
The prototype X-52 personnel armor is ready for the final test. You with loud noises and sudden bursts of concussive energy. As a final test, we're going to strap you into the armor and have you traverse a minefield. I've placed a refreshing coconut beverage at the center of the minefield. Consider the drink a fit reward for reaching the oasis and surviving the inevitable explosions in the process.
Proceed to the minefield, I mean testing area, as soon as you can.
Right. Sargeras is a Titan. I'm pretty sure any Titan could resurrect at will. It's pretty much the only reason we beat Argus, after all. I'm still very clogged, but thank you for asking, Evo. Having trouble breathing, which is why I'm yawning so much. That's the minefield I have to traverse?
The instructions for this test are simple. Traverse the minefield and retrieve the refreshing coconut beverage at the center. You needn't worry about the mines. The X-52 will provide adequate protection from the explosions.
When did Arthas res? In lore. Alternate Warcraft 3. So I'm going to say that one question one more time. When did Arthas res in lore? Like, we have an extremely small list of in-lore resurrections on the books. Even if you count that stupid Wrath quest. I believe those are marking the trail, Evo. Actually, it wasn't Tyrion who rezzed us in the battle with the Lich King. It was, Tyrannus, Arthas' father.
Did you enjoy your drink? It appeared to pack quite the, punch! I'll be waiting for you in my laboratory with the latest test results. Splendid work!
That was fun.
Doesn't have to be this way, Hobart. Hand over the armor, and this all goes away.
Cease this at once, Gallywix! The armor isn't here!
That's so? Looks to me like it just walked through the door. You better be here to make me money. Thanks for keeping it short, pal.
Speak up!
These goons are demolishing my workshop. We gotta do something fast.
Back to the drawing
This is
board!
bad. Real bad. Gallywix and his goons are destroying my workshop. What do you think's nothing's coming if you thinks I'm gonna hand over the X-52 personnel armor? You've got to get down there and clear out all my goon squad before this place and all my inventions go up in flames.
Your goons don't intimidate me! My assistant will handle them!
We'll see about that!
Wouldn't that mean that they do intimidate you, since I'm the one handling them? I mean, well, that gets in the difference between downed and dead, which is something I don't even want to get into. I am sorry about the absence of napping. Good morning, Braveman.
Ah, come on! You gotta be kidding me with this!
Hi, Gallywix.
Let's get down to business.
I think it's time you leave.
This conversation stays between... This ain't over, Grapplehammer.
Well done, Assistant. That should buy us some much-needed time.
Yeah, like 2.5 expansions. Seriously.
Yes? What is it?
Good work, but I got a feeling about this. Bad feeling. We have to find a buyer before Gallowix comes back. Who knows what he'll try next? He might have a whole raid.
Ambition is the mother of invention.
The X-52 personnel armor is finally complete, and Gallowix has been sent packing with his tail between his legs. I get you to thank for this, but we're not done. Best part is yet to come. We're gonna hold an auction and sell the X-52 to the highest bidder. Sassy Hard Range should have a list of interested buyers ready to go. Head over to the Hard Range Hideaway. Let her know we're ready for auction.
Leave the cleanup to me. Return to Sassy and gather the buyers for the X-52.
I mean, the last time we tried to kill Gallowix, and it was us, we killed one of his body doubles. I like to think that over time we've killed several of his body doubles, but we'll find out in a couple weeks. Seriously, I bet they'll reference it. Listen, Evo, if you don't get rid of that car... For Christ's sakes, what? I'm being offered a early access release streaming for a game called Beast, which stands for BioXo Arena Suit Team. Wow, okay, cool. Let's check it out. What's it called? Let's see. It's an high-energy hero shooter PvP game. Oh, okay. Delete.
I'm all ears, boss.
The invention's complete, huh? Good work, kiddo. We'll be rolling a moolah in no time.
Come on, we got money.
Well, you've been assisting Grapplehammer with his newest invention. I've been hard at work finding buyers. This is going to be a private auction, so we're only inviting the best and the brightest. Cream of the crop. Creme de la creme. That's what... Okay. I've narrowed the potential buyers down to the A list of only the wealthiest, classiest, and most connected goblins around, minus Gallywix. Head out and deliver these invitations.
You round up the buyers and I'll set up the auction. We're gonna be rich.
Yep, I've got it made. Someone offered me for me to play some stupid PvP game. It's okay. Marvel Rivals isn't an issue anymore because they canned the entire development team. I just... Even knowing that they did that and why they do that, that still blows me away a little bit. Oh, it wants me to go over there. Oh, no, no. That is... Yeah, for those of you who didn't hear, the Marvel Rivals dev team just got nuked. A decent chunk of it. I don't even know the full numbers. Why? Because it makes money. Well, that's not actually technically accurate, but what it does do is if you show that your overall net income in a particular quarter is doing well, then you can prove that you're actually doing a really good job as a manager. So, for example, if I fire a whole bunch of people, then my expenses go down. which means it looks like I've made more money this quarter, which means I get a bigger bonus. Usually in the form of stock options. The funniest part is the game is ludicrously successful. Any smart, functional person would actually keep the devs on hand, not only to reward them, which is just morality and ethics, but also to keep them developing, to keep the game going, to keep the ball rolling. Is there a purpose to middle management? What I'm about to say is going to sound like a joke for the sake of a joke, but I want to stress that this is not a meme, okay? Near as I can tell, the purpose of middle management is, and always has been, to prevent upper management from dealing with the workers. Actually, yeah, it is pretty much straight up prison rules. Yeah, I don't know if Gallowix qualifies as punchable. We might kill him. That doesn't feel like punching, you know? Give it a few years, Evo. If Mass Effect 5 is far enough in development, it'll be right after Mass Effect 5 comes out. If it's not, it'll be any month now. Whatever. Yeah, BioWare has already chopped out a lot of the meat. Don't you mean fat? No. Good morning off the deeper end. I was once discussing with a friend how much it bothered me that it was standard policy. And this was over... God. This was about 15 years ago now. about how much it bothered me that it was standard policy in the gaming industry to, as soon as you get within range of release, fire everybody but the QA team and a few lead devs. This person I was debating this with could not understand why I had any problems with that policy. And I really don't know what else to add to that. I had nothing else to add to that sentence. Noggin Fogger.
Talk to me. Keep it real.
Grapplhammer's new invention. Say no more. I'm in. Okay, next is up here. And Thousand Needles. No, he was just another engineer. No, nowadays the policy is just to mass fire people as hard and fast as you possibly can. We have had over a solid year of mass layoffs now. And there is no sign of that stopping.
What's up? Keep it real.
Grapplehammer came out of retirement. Oh, I can't wait to see what he cooked up. Gazlo! Of course, he's up at Ratchet. I don't know if there'll be another hiring boom. I kind of doubt it. I don't want to scare people, but the long-term economic perspective is not good. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now. Biting my tongue. Blizzard does actually have a wall-to-wall union, which is not only a union, it's actually it's like one of the best possible types of unions. Now that's debatable, but it is my opinion. Oh no, unemployment. So unemployment figures are interesting. But no, what we have right now is kind of a different problem, Lord Hermon. Right now is we have a problem with people not being able to afford bills and getting further and further in debt, while having a job or 2 or 3. So we don't have unemployment, we have worse. But I'm getting off topic. So most unions are very site-specific. In other words, let's say, we'll use Blizzard as an example. The QA team has a union. The artist team has a union. The people who do the motion capture and the animation of the cutscenes, they have a union. The lead directors, music people, they have a union, blah, blah, blah. Each team has their own union so they could actually... the voice actors have their own union. Each team has their own union so they can focus on things that are relevant to those people, right? That makes perfect sense, and that's why it doesn't work at all. Those kind of unions are toothless. They have no, unless they have a really, really strong backing from something or another, they don't have any real capacity to shut things down. So obviously that's a bit of a logistical problem, but the real problem is if, the art team decides to shut down development in order to try and get better wages or better taking care of the employees, who cares? Just hire a new art team. The rest of the game's still going, right? A wall-to-wall union is exactly what it sounds like. It's everyone in the office, wall to wall. So, while you cannot specifically argue for things down to the nitty-gritty, things that might only be relevant to one specific group, what you can do is argue things with a lot more strength and backing behind it. So if, for example, the QA team is getting mishandled or otherwise being badly taken care of, the QA team can say, we need to do something about this. The union can strike, and the whole company shuts down. And now they have some actual teeth. Neither of these situations are perfect, I should mention, but generally speaking, a wall-to-wall union is, in my opinion, better. Hey, Gazlo. Got an invite for you.
Hey, you looking for work? So, Hobart finally stood up to Gallywix, huh? Good for him. I'll be there.
Yeah, it's definitely a better than nothing kind of a situation. It's one of the reasons it was such big news. Blizzard has not exactly been very good on its workers for a long time. The fact that they are one of the very first gaming developers to actually have a wall-to-wall union was shocking. Oh god, 2 years ago now, I want to say? It sounds about right. Somewhere in 2023, I think. I'd have to look it up. Yes, actually, Baron. I do like the new models, yeah. It's mostly just done up textures and a few extra meshes, but it's still good. Like, look at that. You can just tell the additional detailing on, like, the floorboards, you know? And, like, whatever these things are. All of these have words. I don't know ship terms. Don't ask me. Oh, Kotick personally tried to shut down unioning at Blizzard a lot. You know how union busting goes. There's a lot of very, very unpleasant and insidious techniques that have been developed over the years. They've even got multiple nets. I mean, that sounds better than what we got, Lord Harrowmont, but there's a lot of anti-union bias in the United States, which we are still crawling our way out of. Part of the problem is, if you rewind time about 80, 90 years ago now, there were several rather corrupt unions here in the United States. And obviously a lot of people who are, you know, the exact kind of rich dickheads you're picturing in your head, you know, chomping on a cigar, jumped on that. And so literal generations of people here were born and raised with the general cultural bias against union. Union equals corruption, right? Now, obviously, that's wrong and dumb. But I will freely admit, when I was growing up, that was absolutely the general vibe from everyone in school as well as from my own family. I mean, yeah, any organization can be corrupt, especially a large one. I mean, look at the cop union sometimes. I'm not trying to be anti-cop, I'm just saying, look at the cop union sometime. Yikes. But again, you get the overall idea. People push that, and then people are anti-union in general. And so unions are pretty weak, all things considered, in this country.
Boss, we got trouble!
Yeah, what's up, Sassy?
Something on your mind.
You delivered the invitations? Good. We're gonna need all the help we can get. I got some bad news for you. Did I say bad news? I meant really bad news.
Let's get back to work.
So, while you were away delivering the invitations, Gallowix and his goons took over Crapopolis. They're holding Hobart hostage until he hands over the armor. We gotta stop Gallowix. Okay.
Word on the Crapopolis is that Gallywix and his goons have taken over the town. You'd better hurry. Great to see ya.
Preaching to the choir, Lord Harrowmont. Like I said, the older I get and the more I actually study the situation, the more I tend to be pro-union. Unions aren't the solution to every problem, but they're definitely a step in the right direction, I think. So, scenario time. This has been a long one. Gaslow?
I only deal with the best. Gallywix has lost it. He's holding Grapplehammer hostage. That ain't good for business. We've got things under control out here. You'd better put a stop to this nonsense.
I'm sorry, I'm going to read that one out loud because, yeah, Simpsons did a really good take on that. You can't treat the working man this way. One day we'll form a union, and we'll get fair and equitable treatment we deserve. And then we'll go too far and get corrupt and shiftless, and the Japanese will eat us alive! One of the most common arguments I've heard in union busters is, we don't need a union, they'll just get in the way. We'll just take care of things on our own. If you have any problems, just take them to management. You don't need to talk to a union rep to do that. Which, I mean, the fact that how much of a joke that sentence is probably says all it needs to.
Of Crapopolis, as your landlord and employer, I'm assuming direct control of this town's operations. And don't get any smart ideas about taking it back. I'd hate to have to cut my losses.
I know who Thor. I didn't even... Like, we're in the middle of talking about unions, and the Galax jumps on and says, as your landlord and employer. He's a straight-up railroad baron. 1 to freaking 1. Company towns. Oh, God. If you ever want to retain faith in humanity, do not research company towns. Oh. So, the interesting thing is the United States has a whole thing when it comes to unions, and there's some asterisks there, but the general idea is if it is a legally recognized union, and that's the thing, that's kind of the catch, they have to be a ratified union by the, I forget the name of the entity, at the federal level. Then if they strike, and they you know, they go through the paperwork of doing a formal and legal strike.
Listen up, everyone! First goblin to liquidate this intruder gets a hefty bonus and a promotion!
Ahem. Then you can't fire them. If, for example, there is no legally ratified union and 100 people in the office all decide to not go to work the next day in protest, they can be legally fired. And there is, as always, some legal gray area in between those two states. Yeah, I really don't want to get into it, but let's just say that there are people trying to mess with that federal protection on unions thing right now. Literally yesterday, actually. May or may not be venting a little bit on all these goons. We here on the Lore Walkers are not a fan of cronyism. Actually, yeah. A lot of people crap on Biden. The amount of good economic policies he put forth in the last 4 years is kind of shocking. We'll probably be seeing the effects of that this year, most likely. And then we'll start to see the effects of the next president's policies. That's how that works. Those of you who don't know how that works. Yes, I have, Jay Palmer. Presidential policies take a while to actually take effect because, duh. I don't even know how to better explain that. It takes a while for the mechanisms of government to get into motion. So someone does something, and and then things really start to get in place right about here. It's interesting because I'm pretty sure this was done on accident, but the 4-year cycle is right about how long it takes for stuff to happen. So we as a people tend to have this really bad habit of giving credit to this president for something that this president did, but finally ticked over during the next president's reign.
Oh-ho! Big mistake, pal.
That I don't know, Dakota. Yep. And every single particular president will take credit for the previous president's you know, administration, because that's how that's what happened for the last 100 years.
My invaluable assistant! Do your worst! I'm through working for Gallywix!
Yeah, actually, those kind of policies probably should take a minute to go into effect, rather than just instantly being like, boom.
I've added a turbo function to the X-52!
Ooh.
Activating it will vastly increase the armor's power, but will also overload its core. That being said, do not hesitate to utilize it against Gallywix. It may prove necessary.
Okay. I can do that. No, exactly as Miristar. Like... I'm sorry, no matter who you're in favor of or what leaning you have, I think we can all agree that someone shouldn't just have unilateral power on top, right? To just say, I'm going to do this, and then it happens. Nobody gets to question it. Nobody gets to push back on it. I lean left, by the way. I've long since stopped trying to avoid that. Now, naturally, that makes me a bit of an outlier in a country that doesn't even have a political left party. But I do lean left. I wasn't sure about that for the longest time, actually. This is a real story. And I decided to look it up. I decided to actually stop using the Democratic Party and the Republican Party as a way to define my own political leanings. I decided to go and just look up what left policies are and what right policies are. And say, okay. And, yeah. I'm left. It was actually kind of enlightening, as weird as that sounds. That's why I'm sharing this with you. I'm not trying to, like, be like, I'm super awesome. No, I mean, like, it was interesting to find out that I am left. Because I didn't know. For the longest time, I actually thought I was centric. And yes, I am killing all the cronies here. Thank you for asking. Some people want a king, Lord Harrowmont. That is how that is.
That armor's mine, you small-time scrub!
Ooh, this should be fun. Gallywix in a giant mech. Bit of foreshadowing here. He hurts too. I should probably actually use the abilities that they gave me to deal with this.
Nobody.
Game. What? What? Oh, absolutely, it's been a star. Ha! I even remember that episode, Blade Duval. That was Sideshow Bob who said that. And I forget the actor's name, but the actor who plays Sideshow Bob does a great job with that line. Kelsey Grammer, thank you. Okay, this time we're going to hit all the buttons, because, yeah. Oh, his health stayed. Powered by Azeroth. Mech can't be defeated until its Azurite reserves are depleted. Ho 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 ho. Did you not know that, Linear? Yeah. Sorry. The comment section can suck a lemon. No offense. Nobody's been commenting on the VODs anyways.
Now, assistant! Activate the turbo!
Is that the straight up Iron Man beam suit thing?
You're dead! What the... Hey! Hey! Someone open up this piece of junk! But of course, Gallywix. Just as soon as we renegotiate our contract. Do you have a question?
The X-52 personal armor is ruined beyond repair, but at least Crabopolis is saved. And Gallywix finally got what it deserves.
Run along now!
Although the X-52 personal armor's power core was destroyed during the Battle of Gallywix, the invention was a success. I doubt anyone will be interested in purchasing the rights to the X-52 without a working power core, so why don't you hang on to the armor instead? It's quite stylish, after all. Now that Crapopolis is saved and Gallywix is conveniently trapped in his own mechanical pummeler, I think I'm going to renegotiate that contract of his. He is a captive audience, after all.
Back to the... Well, unfortunately, the X-52 can no longer provide you with protection. But it can still provide you with style. Why don't you keep it? Consider it payment for services rendered. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a trade prince to extort. Are you shaking me down, Hobart? I'm impressed.
Alright, so let's get someplace with some light, because it's nighttime here. That was fun. Yep, that looks very goblin. Oh my god. There's jiggle physics on the dynamite. The perfect thing to have jiggle physics. I'm actually not as big a fan of it as I was the Gnomish one, but then again, the Gnomish one was really, really, really good.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
Oh, there we go. X-52. So there's the variant with the gobble. Looks like there is no cloak. I'm just wearing the frickin' backpack.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Which looks like this. Not too shabby, though. Like I said, I prefer the gnome one, but then again, the gnome one's really, really, really good. Like, easily the best one so far. Wow, I still haven't finished out the month. I need to do that soon. What am I missing? Oh. So rice. God, I don't know. I did see your question. The problem is I don't know how to tell you how to cook rice. Like, it's like, okay. 2 parts water to 1 part rice. That's easy. Put it in. Put it on high. And then after, God, I don't know, I want to say 15 minutes. Done. Let it cool. Like, it's such a non-process that I'd have to actually sit and process how many steps are involved. I don't usually cook Spanish rice. I tried once to make Spanish rice with salsa. That didn't work out. Oh yeah, I usually cook rice in broth too, instead of water.
Absolutely not. I forbid you to take such an action.
If I am to one day lead our people, then I must understand their hardship. This is the only way. Let's talk.
Well, what I would do, and I mean this sincerely, Evo, is I would get scientific with it. Cook it for an amount of time and time it. And then, like, stop it whenever you stop it. And then, if it's too dry, cook it for less next time. If it's still too wet or uncooked, cook it more next time. And that's it. Just get methodical.
Stay alert, our father. You have borne the Worgen curse for many years, and have learned to live with its ferocity, to harness it as your own. So many of our people endure the same burden. How can I hope to lead them unless I share their plight? If you will not pass the Worgen curse on to me, then I will ask our champion instead.
What?
You know not what you ask. To be forever torn between rage and reason. To fear for your loved ones whenever they are near.
Tess, becoming a Worgen is a choice that cannot be undone. But there might be another way to gain the understanding you seek.
I didn't know Mia had a voice actress.
Greetings, champion.
There's a night elf I met in Teldrassil. Vassandra Stormclaw, who may be able to reach Tess without resorting to such an extreme measure. She's the one who originally helped our people with their affliction. She's currently in Duskwood, attending the residents of Raven Hill, with their attempts to cure the feral Worgen. If anybody knows about the curse, it's her. As a personal request, do not let my daughter do anything too rash. She takes after her father. So, don't let her lose the Alliance's only airship in a fruitless attack to try and kill an ally in the middle of a war. Got it.
Champion, I will meet you in Duskwood, before my father forbids it.
No. I had to learn how to tie ties before YouTube existed. Boy, I think I just dated myself there.
Goldrin's curse is dangerous, Princess Greymane. I have spent much time and effort in search of a way to cure it. But if words alone will not suffice, then I believe I know another path to wisdom. Ishnu Allah, nature will provide.
Princess Greymane has informed me of the situation. I do have an idea of how to help. I think that is Maiev, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Czar. Thank you for asking. But first, a favor for a favor. The residents of Duskwood have been plagued recently by a particularly ferocious member of the Nightbane pack they call Blood Eyes. Take Master Harris's sedative. Bring the Worgen back to me alive. She'll be a perfect subject to test cures on.
Princess, I have something to ask of you as well.
When did YouTube come out? It's always more recent than I think every time I look it up, but I can never remember. Yeah, that's way more recent than I thought. I always think of YouTube as being like mid-90s for some reason. Basically tack another decade on. Oh god, I've forgotten how to play the class. Okay, hang on. Nope. Where is it? There's, okay. And this, and this. Okay, got her. Yeah, I remember Amazon being a bookstore, too. Steam, that's another game changer. Having to actually go to a brick and mortar store to buy video games. Oh, I spit a lot of venom on Amazon. Screw Amazon. I wouldn't mind Amazon as much if they actually took care of their workers, but, you know. Like I said earlier, I tend to be very pro-worker. Probably because I am one. No, my dad, Yura.
The Worgen curse affects some worse than others. Goldrin's rage is not easily subdued.
I've had good experiences with Etsy and extremely terrible experiences with eBay. To the point where I had to actually make a professional rule for the show that if I can only get a hold of a game through eBay, I functionally cannot get a hold of that game. You know, it's considered unobtainable. Coolest thing I bought on Etsy. So I reached out to one of those Pokemon plushie makers personally, and I said, hey, could you do me a favor? I want a custom build. And I think my sister has since reclaimed her. I'm pretty sure she has. But I had her make a custom Mew plushie that was designed so that most of the beads were in the back and the front, and the middle had like this extra bit of fabric in it, so it would stay strong, but the beads couldn't pass between the two. The reason why is that way it sits on something really comfortably, like this. Like it just sits on something like, say, a monitor. And so now if you go upstairs into my sister's computer room, you will see Mew sitting right there on her monitor, staring down at her. It's an extremely cute Mew, too.
How may I help you?
Obviously it was extra, but I really don't mind paying for quality, especially for, like, paying an individual for quality. That's another thing I've gotten more and more comfortable with the older I get, is I'd rather spend more money on a local burger joint than I would get McDonald's for cheaper, you know? Not that fast food is cheap these days, but you get the idea. Yeah, no, some stuff I have to get on Amazon. Pretty much all my computer parts come through Amazon because it's one of the only real, reliable, I guess is the word I have to use, sources for that.
I will find a cure.
Duskwood has a direct connection to the Emerald Dream. Through this connection, I may be able to call forth the ancient Goldred and give the princess a taste of the curse she so dangerously chases. A rare bloom grows on the east side of the woods. Gather its bloom and meet me in the Twilight Grove.
Elune be with you. Nature will provide.
The other thing I may need for the ritual are the fangs of a wolf. There's a pack newly settled in around Manor Mistmantle. Ooh.
I will find a cure.
The biggest thing I will give Amazon, purely from a end-user perspective, is, yes, I'm outlaw spec, is that Amazon's an outlaw. is that refunds and returns are super simple. Probably one of the best refund and return policies I have ever seen. I have an issue, it's usually dealt with inside of a day. Yes, Lord Harriman. Last time we were here was as a rogue, as it happens. On this rogue, even. But yes, as a rogue. To deal with the Legion cult and the assassin thing. I don't mean to interrupt there, Huthor, but not quite. I was actually looking at it last night. For those of you who haven't been paying attention, BFA has managed gameplay positivity. Huge thumbs up on that. But it also has way more story negatives than Legion did. That hurt. No, my big problem with Amazon is how they treat their workers. I mean, duh. Again. I know people who boycott Amazon, and I absolutely understand and have no, no venom, no ire for that. Yeah, I think this will score right around where Legion did, for pretty much different reasons. But then again, I could be wrong. That gameplay variance is going to be a lot better. Temu can go straight to hell. Just directly to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I think so, Grey Wolf. A friend of mine... Temu is a scam. But you want a more concrete answer than that. It's a Chinese-run based... do you remember Half.com? Nowadays, that's just part of eBay. But that's pretty much what Temu is. It's just people selling, old or used or fake or fraudulent or scammed copies of stuff, right? For example, let me just tell you the story, and this should explain it very clearly. So a friend of mine was like, oh man, I just found a Nintendo Switch for $15, and I'm like, You're gonna buy a Switch for $15. And this says a lot about me economically, I think, because I look at that and say, okay, I would never buy a Switch for $15 because that sets off every red alert, every warning bell, right? But this other person, he was like, oh man, I can't wait to buy that Switch. It's so cheap. I'd be stupid not to buy it. I don't remember the exact specifics, but it was missing most of its internal hardware. So he bought $15 of plastic.
What do you need? Nature will provide.
Such flowers have been known to attract wolves, but I doubt you'll have a problem with that.
I will find a cure. Elune be with you.
Did you claim your trophy?
Nature will provide.
This is all I need to call upon the ancients. Some unwanted visitors may answer the call first. Protect me as I perform the ritual.
I will find a cure.
Also true, Linareth. He could have gotten nothing.
Ishnu Allah. Let us begin. But be warned. The spirits that accompany Goldrin may not take kindly to our intrusion.
Maiev, could you go back to your gravelly voice? It's really weirding me out.
I call upon the rage of the great wolf. Goldrin, awaken from your slumber.
Okay, it's me. It's me. What do I do? What do I do? The manual didn't cover this. That would actually be funny as we restart. That is a huge shield. Oh my god.
You request my presence, mortals? Very well. For what reason do you howl, my...
Honored Ancient, I wish to know what it means to bear the Worgen curse, to experience its rage and wield its strength.
Do you, child? Then sleep, and with my leave, walk within the dream.
Have fun.
The wilds listen.
The dream's a perilous place. Do you wish to join her?
Trust in your pack.
Tessa's essence now wanders a section of the dream I have twisted to her thoughts. I've given her my gift, but she could still use a guide. Enter the dream through the portal behind me. It'll place you near where she sleeps. See if you can help show her how rage can blind.
My rage will not be quelled.
What's the best game for testing a game's specs, Mr. Red? Oh, hello. Home sweet home. Depends on what range you're looking at. No, I noticed she's a Worgen. Also, I love how overgrown this place is. Yeah, I was trying to think of games that are badly optimized, like Final Fantasy 16 or Dragon's Dogma 2. I'd recommend Starfield if it doesn't have the chance of bricking your SSD. Don't play Starfield. I don't know anything about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, so I can't speak to that. Wake up.
Just one more minute, Father.
Wake up.
What? Stay back! Do that again and I swear I'm a Worgen? This is Gilneas. The day the wall fell. If only I had this strength back then, I could have saved Liam. Is that what Goldrin means to show me? Come, champion. Let us tear these Forsaken apart.
Die, Forsaken. And of course, they're even dream-style trees. That's a nice touch.
Who's next?
Hello, Elizar. Actually, you know another game that wouldn't be bad? It's not really going to test your PC specs, to be quite frank. But just a game that's very, 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 very well optimized that can really show off what a machine can do is Doom 5, Doom Eternal. If anything, I like to use Doom 5 as a way to test a monitor nowadays. Oh gosh, I don't even think I have a 2 terabyte SSD at this point. No, I think the brand new one. The brand new one, really? Is a 2 terabyte. It depends on what you're using it for. I usually have relatively small SSDs because most of them are used for rendering. You don't actually need that much space for that, right? But the gaming drive, the brand new gaming drive, give me a second here. Is a 2 terabyte, so there you go. The old one was smaller. It's in storage right now. I decided to keep it as a memento because I'm stupid. The day Starfield killed my machine. Probably not, Spartan. You never know. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa there. Wasn't ready for that. I don't know why I wasn't ready for that. Every single one of these bosses have had mechanics.
A princess playing the part of an assassin? How quaint.
Blightcaller! Drakis scent champion! His stench should be easy to follow. How I've longed to bring him to justice. He will know my rage.
Or, conversely, Tyranda's.
Rushing into a trap like a rabid animal. You're hardly worth the effort.
After him! Now!
Yeah, I like the veil. And I love how more and more of the dream is seeping out as we get further in here.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
I'll kill you, Nathanos! I'll rip out your throat!
Yeah, by the way, wah wah. I do like Nathanos' take on it better, though.
Pathetic. I see why Gilneas fell so easily.
Nathanos! Coward! You cannot run from me!
Enough of this game. I will show you how a true hunter kills its prey. Howl like a wolf, but fight like a common dog.
This is my only Worgen linear. But to answer you in full, no, that's a complete coincidence. I had no idea I'd be working alongside Tess for this. I deliberately didn't look up the heritage quests. So these are all new to me.
This power. I can do anything. I can save Liam. I can save Gilneas. And I can slaughter anyone in my way.
That's pretty much exactly what it...
After her. She is losing control.
That's pretty much exactly what it feels like to be under Fel influence as well, by the way. It's this rush, this adrenaline rush. It feels really good. And you feel really accomplished, like you can finally stop having to hold back and actually get things done. You can't, of course, that's not how Fel works. But it sure feels like that.
Block their retreat, Liam! We've got them right where we want them!
Father! Out of my way!
Sylvanas!
Enough! Let's see how brave Gilneas gets on without its...
Father! Liam! No!
Such a waste. That arrow's poison was not meant to be wasted on your whelp. We'll meet again, Greymane.
We did it, Father. We took back our city. We took back... The enemies of Gilneas will drown in their own blood. I will slay them all!
Tess, it's me. Tess! Okay. This is also what tends to happen when you're under the influence of Fel. Your IFF
Why wasn't it enough?
works a little bit wonky.
All this strength, all this fury, it won't bring him back. It won't bring anyone back. This bloodlust turned me into a rabid beast. I nearly lost myself to the rage. I see now. My people are not defined by this curse. They have held on to who they are in spite of it. Goldrin! I have gained the wisdom I seek. Remove the rage which clouds my mind.
There's a potion for everything.
I need to talk with my father.
Look to the shadows.
Meet me back at Stormwind Keep. I'd like to thank you in a more formal matter.
The job's not done yet.
I actually wondered about that for a bit. By everything I understand of the lore, there really is no reason they shouldn't be able to permanently cure the Worgen curse if they wanted to. Like, really. With all that we know at this point in time, including being on good relations with a resurrected Goldrin. Right now they're... Oh god, what's the medical term for that? It's when a disease is handled but hasn't gone away. Endemic, thank you. Yeah, that's where the Worgen curse is.
To truly know my countrymen, I would need to bear their curse. But I was mistaken. Our people are not merely Worgen. We are Gilnean, as we always have been, and always will be, cursed or not. Speak your mind.
Oh, I could see that the dog was there. Should I kill it? Should I kill the demon? Because it's a demon, as a reminder.
How can I help? Champion, on behalf of all Gilneas, the royal family recognizes your exemplary service to kingdom and country. Speak your mind. Stay and so, as princess, I hereby induct you into the Grey Guard. May you continue to be a paragon of the Gilnean people.
Yeah, no, that was a cool quest. But, I've actually seen this. It's one of the only heritage armors I've seen. Because it was hard to avoid that nonsense. I don't know where to start. It looks terrible. If we get rid of the shoulders, it's a little bit better. Maybe get like I don't have that shade of blue in shoulders, do I? Get rid of the shoulders completely. There we go. Oh god, yeah, it's just what am I looking at? I mean, they gotta have the top hat. That's a meme at this point. But even if we get rid of the hat and the shoulders, it still looks like that. Like, I get where they were going for, but man, that color choice is not something I'm a big fan of. And remember, this is designed for a Worgen, too. Is there a way to do that here? I think there's
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels. Beware of Yeti.
Okay, hang on.
Punchies, punchies, lucky doos and loot.
Oh my god, that's actually worse somehow. Yeah, the gold trim is way too much. It should be like a more dull brass or copper kind of a look. That is goblin gold, is what that is. Or actually, no. I take that back. That's Zandalari gold. No, I'm serious. Like, if you've seen the Zandalari suit. Oh, that's funny. I've got that, too. Hang on, let me see if I can find a Zandalari piece here, just so you can get an idea what I'm talking about. Of course, I don't have any leather. There. Okay. That right there, that is Zandalari gold. And hey, look, it's pretty much the exact same gold. It's a little bit, actually, what's funny is it's a little bit darker. Unlike this super bright gold on the Gilnean gold. Look at that. Yeah, Stormwind gold would also work better, but that is straight up Zandalari gold. And yeah, it's even got the turquoise look. You're right. This hat fits with it more than it probably should. Yeah, by the way, this is what Gen wears. You know, the face character for the Worgen. By the way, good suit. While we're on the subject. Like, that is solid looking. I like that. It's a lot of date, because I believe that is still his Legion model, I want to say. But still. But no, they give us that nonsense. Frankly, I think this suits me better as a Gilnean. I'm actually quite pleased with this particular transmog, if I might be honest. So yeah, that, yeah. Enjoy the nap, Evo. Okay. That's all 4. There's nothing left in between us and the finale. Is when someone in chat says, "Wait! You forgot this other 7-hour quest chain." And then I pull them back behind the shed and
Well met. Back to work.
So we've no clue where Nursoth has been lurking since his escape. But do however have an idea where he might strike. Back when the Keepers were imprisoned in the Old Gods, they built defense mechanisms against the corruption into their Titan forges. If Nursoth wants to corrupt Azeroth, he'll have to go through them first. Fortunately, we've got ourselves hooked up to them now, so we can monitor them through here. Go and have a look.
Remember, your mother has connected the Chamber of Heart to all known Titan facilities on Azeroth. First things first, let's make sure they're all working as intended.
We actually did a Warfront. Darkshore. Like, we actually did it. Took forever because we only had 5 people.
Facility dormant. Residual old guard corruption within acceptable parameters.
Given how much corruption it used to have, I'd say that's good news.
Getting there. We're at 57 now, by the way, Huthor.
Accessing facility. Designation Uldaman. Discs of Norganon intact. Records of unauthorized access not found.
It is not knowledge that N'Zoth seeks. The rise of Ny'alotha would erase all that we once were.
Yeah, I've decided I'm not going to ding the game as a whole for us not existing as a character. I think I will just kind of do the same thing I always do. Anytime it's especially egregious that we are or aren't a character, well, that'll be a negative, right? Because that specific moment doesn't fit. And then for the most part, I'm just going to walk away from it. Don't worry, in the next expansion, we're the Chosen One. That's not a joke. It's even worse than what you're thinking.
Accessing facility. Designation Ulduar. Forge of Wills currently operational. Communication protocol terminated by Keeper Mimiron.
I suppose he's annoyed we interrupted his work.
Okay, real talk for a second. I love the title Mawwalker. Not what it means. Just literally the sound of it. Say it out loud for a second. Mawwalker. I can't remember her name, but the wonderful woman in the Maw we work with a bunch. Her voice actress is, first of all, I love her as a voice actress, but second of all, the way she says, Venari, thank you. The way Venari says it is perfect. I love the way. She has this perfect way of, I can't manage it, just Mawwalker. Like, she just really hopes for a second, and then kunk, just kunk on the K in the middle of that. It's great. She's a great actress in general, so.
Accessing facility. Designation Uldum. Error. Forge of origination currently inactive.
Yeah, it's our bad.
Inactive? What happened to it?
Unable to determine root cause of deactivation.
We did that.
I think we can all safely assume what this root cause might be.
This is not good.
I know. That's not what they're referencing. But that would be funny if they're just like, Champion, what did you do? And it's like, look, okay, Deathwing was trying to use it to destroy the world, and it was a whole thing, okay?
These stones have tales to tell.
We've no time to waste. Without the Forge of Origination, Azeroth is left vulnerable to N'Zoth's corruption. Not to mention it holds a weapon capable of wiping a whole life on Azeroth. We'll need to head to the Forge right away. Hurry on, I'll meet you there.
Fight for our world!
Do you require experimentation?
Oh, hey. I don't have anything. That's funny. Can I? Nope. Yeah, mine's 332 as well. Near as I could tell, they locked it at 332. Because it's never not been 332. For the record, that was a good move. You don't want the artifact weapon problem like Legion has right now. Yeah, Braun's like, yeah, I'm the one who dealt with Uldaman. Oh, well, what about Ulduar? I might have been the one with there. Okay, but what about Uldum? What about Uldir? Well, Talanji was there too. But that was me. No, real talk for a second. All 4 of the older facilities have at some point or another had a quest, dungeon, or raid where you go through with Braun Bronzebeard. All 4 of them. Like, Mogushan Vaults is one of the only exceptions at this point. Because we went through there with Lord Walker Cho. I mean, in canon, it would actually make sense if Talanji and Braun were there. But even if it was one side or the other, yeah, of course Braun's going to be there. Where else is he going to be? Hey, Braun, there's a Titan facility holding an old god. Hey, I'm busy. I'm reading me comics. No, of course he'd be there. Come on. Inquiring minds just got to know.
Over here, champion. I think I found who took control of the forge.
Did you kill these people with azurite, like, daggers through their chests?
Our world needs us, champion.
Is that a yes?
Our world must be healed.
Okay.
Fight for our world.
It looks like the Hull of Origination has been claimed by a group of Tolvi or calling themselves the Amethet. I don't know much about them other than they're new in town and not the friendliest of types. We'll need to get in there and reactivate the forge, or Azeroth will be done for.
For Azeroth!
I've heard that like 4 times this expansion
I'll
alone.
return to the chamber and start figuring out our next move. We can't afford to lose the forge again. Do whatever it takes to protect it.
Can I stab people through the chest with azurite? Of course you can. I'll do that to order me breakfast. We'll have a number 2, stab. Extra rice, stab.
Oh, it's been ages since I've held a hammer in my hands. Feels good to be back in the action.
It has, in fact, been since before Kata.
Defile this place with the curse of flesh?
Yes.
You stand before the Amethyst.
Although, in my defense, it's not really flesh so much as fur. I got tons of fur. Is that cool?
The unworthy will be...
Looks like we'll have to fight our way through. Let's get moving.
Just realized something. I just went through all of the heritage quests, which scale properly all the way up to 80. And each one of them required me to actually pay attention. Now I'm back to doing a quest that is a level 50 quest that's supposed to scale to my level, but stops at 60. So naturally, all these mobs are level 50, and I'm running over them like they're not even here. Anyways, negatives to spite, Mr. Red, that's... No, but rather than just saying that out of hand, I just want to be clear about this. If we end up giving negatives to a game out of spite, we have opened a very dangerous and entangled can of worms on potential negatives down the line in the future. Now, we do have FOMO categories, but getting rid of a mount probably doesn't qualify for that. I do love the teal and amber look.
See those statues? The Amethyst must have reactivated the forge's defenses. We'll have to turn them off before we can cross. The controls should be down below.
That is not a very good defense system, I gotta be honest. Okay, all I have to do is cross this bridge. Oh no, it's defended. Alright, let me go down the very easily accessible ladder, or sorry, staircase. Now here, I got a question for you. How many other games do you think we could give spite negatives to? No, really think about that for a second, because that's probably not a small list. We'll start with Civilization 2. For keeping me up that one night when I really need to be studying for school the next day. That was high school, I think? Had to have been high school, because I lived there. Yes. Yeah, we have Labor of Love Award. Now we've got Spawn of Spite Award. That's actually not a terrible idea. Agreed, as Mirror.
That's all of them. Onward now.
Yep, you know what? FF14 gets a Spite negative. Or 20. Mass Effect 3, Spite negative. Mega Man 3 for being so damn buggy.
The forge is ours, trespassers!
Super Metroid for that stupid X-ray scope. Starfield, and Starfield for 3 completely separate and distinct reasons. FF14 for making me quit the game 3 separate times with no intention to go back. Oh gosh, what else? Oh, I got one for you.
Is not yet complete. I need more time. Our enemies are already upon us. Activate it!
Neverwinter Nights 2. Twice. Once for the fact that they ripped multiplayer out of the game, so you can't play it co-op anymore without jumping through some serious hoops. I discovered that just about a month ago, by the way. We were going to play through Neverwinter Nights 2 as our next game. Our next co-op game. And, we can't. Like, again, the amount of hoops we each have to jump through to make that possible is kind of crazy.
Unauthorized life forms detected. Commencing purge.
Okay.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
But then also Neverwinter Nights 2 for being completely bugged on the expansion.
Compromise.
The Amethit can make their own watchers. We'll have to worry about that later.
Yeah, crap watchers.
Let's take the lift up to the control chamber.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 for bugging out on Asterion and Shadow Hearts quests.
Power's been shut off. Hang on, I'll get us access to the conduits.
Oh yeah, Mass Effect 3, again.
This way, champion.
For not including the multiplayer in the Legendary Edition. Earthbound. The fact that I've never gotten the Sword of Kings to drop. Ha! Jinx. Anthem. Oh my god, Anthem. I don't even know where to start with Anthem. Just yes. Do I think Neverwinter Nights 2 holds up? Actually, yeah. It's a very, very, very problematic game, but I think its core meat is damn good.
Some of the consoles here are still active. If we can figure out which one controls the lift, we can reroute power to it and get it working again.
Actually, I did stream Anthem, yeah, Blue Fusion Volt. I mean, typical Obsidian game, right? Good core meat, terrible execution. The only game I think really bypasses that particular flaw for me is freaking Grounded.
If we reroute the power here, we can get her running. Azeroth cries out in pain.
No, Anthem was BioWare, Magister. Well, Avowed did just come out today, I believe. So who knows? I doubt it, but you never know. Dragon Age Inquisition. You know what? Actually, yeah. For ruining itself. Dragon Age Origins for having too much DLC. While we're on the subject. Dragon Age 2 for being too long. Dragon Age 4 for all the behind-the-scenes nonsense on that one. Let's just cover all the Dragon Ages there. That should be it. Here's the question, right? Just for fun, right? If you could just pick one game to give a negative to, for purely personal spite, and the spirit of the idea is that it's...
Where they're powering the defenses we encountered earlier. We can shut this one off.
And the idea is, it's not necessarily something the game even does wrong. It's just something really personal to you that makes you want to say, screw that game. FF7 for the fan base.
Reorigination? Back away slowly now. Best not to be messing with that.
Actually, FF10-2 was one of the ones I was thinking about in the back of my head. For the record, I like 10-2. I actually quite unironically enjoy that game, and I look forward to playing it again someday. But that intro nearly killed that game for me completely. I'm not trying to sell you on a Blade at all. It's just... it's weird how much good is in that game. And I know what you're thinking. On the gameplay axis, right? On the story, too. 10 was a good character story, but 10-2 is a good world-building story. It also fleshes out... oh, got it. Okay. It fleshes out a lot of the characters in ways that, frankly, they weren't back in 10. Like, a lot of NPCs who either didn't have names or only had, like, a one-off, cameo thing are all of a sudden characters intend to. Now, 10-2's biggest sins is the intro, which isn't even just the stupid concert. The game doesn't even get started until your first mandatory mission. And, so, the whole intro is honestly really, really bad, and not even close to indicative of what the gameplay or story are. And, the main plot is so de-emphasized that it's kind of forgettable.
That should do it.
Yeah, brother.
Flesh cursed. Your kind are unworthy of the Titan's gifts.
Yeah, for a game, see, I'm trying to think. Actually, yeah, here it says. It's funny because the mission before the intro is in the game. And it's a much better mission than the intro.
Such misplaced zeal.
Hello.
Their eyes remain closed to the true path. Not like you, my devoted chosen.
Champion, are you there? I thought we lost you for a second. If N'Zoth's minions are inside the forge, then this is worse than we thought. We have to hurry. Come on!
No, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to think. I know there's a game out there that just irrationally makes me angry when I think about it. And I know I haven't thought about it yet because nothing has been tickling that particular automatic anger. Because whatever that game is, that's probably the one that deserves that marker for me. Diablo 4 is a good pick.
It's working. The control chamber should be on the 3rd floor.
But yeah, Diablo 4 isn't really irrational anger. Screw that game. I could review, like in review terms, demonstrate why that game has issues. Same thing with Diablo Immortal. It's pretty easy to point to, here's the problem with Diablo Immortal.
Here we are. I'll contact the Chamber of Heart. I speak for Azeroth.
Connection received. Please confirm elimination of hostile entities. Understood. Access power terminals to commence system reactivation. Receiving signal. Error. Unable to access primary power conduits. Direct circuit to Chamber of Heart required. Interface Heart of Azeroth with main console. Establish. Restoring power. Error. Forge operating at 37% efficiency.
37? That can't be enough to keep Azeroth protected.
Affirmative. Additional power sources required. Initiating query for suitable alternatives. Stand by.
It looks like our work isn't done, champion.
Try to be shocked. We're not done with the quest chain yet.
Azeroth cries out in pain.
Looks like we're gonna have to wait till a spill while Mother figures out what to do. In the meantime, we'll try to make sure nobody else tries doing any damage here. You should check on the Tolvir and Ramkehen. I know you've helped them in the past, so they might be able to help us keep the forge out of the wrong hands. Can you give me a portal out? What's a portal? It's... Never mind. I would be shocked if she isn't J. Palmer. But then again, who knows? Actually, it's funny you say that, Blade Traval. What I have in my mind as the definition of a spite thing is Avatar the film. Now, don't mistake me. I could objectively point to how bad of a film that is. But I get irrationally angry at Avatar the film. Like, it irks me on so many levels how much time and effort and money has been wasted on that piece of cotton candy. I can't even talk about it without getting upset. That's a spite thing right there. Also, episode 9, while we're on, or no, sorry, episode 8, excuse me, while we're on the subject.
Brigands, your kind are not welcome here.
We come unarmed, and we only seek an audience with the king.
It would seem you are not the only ones.
Exactly, J. Palmer. 9 was arguably a worse film, but 8 can go straight to hell. Hence the spite. Remember, we're talking about spite, not quality. Different categories.
Hail, adventurer.
Welcome to Uldum. Wish we could have offered you a warmer welcome, but I'm afraid my people find themselves once again in a dire situation.
Farewell, traveler.
You seek the assistance in defending the Forge of Origination. Well, it seems our goals align. The halls of origination are but a small portion of the Forge's true scope. Any threat to Uldum would be a potential threat to the Forge, and Uldum has found itself with many new enemies as of late. We were about to convene as the High Council when these waste wanderers wandered in unannounced. Maybe you could join us in learning about these new threats.
We will protect Uldum.
Now, I actually know several people who absolutely love Episode 8. Which is why I can't really speak to it past that. No, not at all, Mr. Red. In fact, I forgot it even existed until you mentioned it.
We know little of the Amethet, save that they believe themselves the sole defenders of the Titan's great works. In their eyes, all others are corrupted by the curse of flesh, and are enemies of the Makers.
Titan Zealots.
It is imperative that they be kept away from the Forge. To the west, another threat looms. Terrible monstrosities have emerged from the sands and gather in great numbers. Though we suspect they hail from Ahn'Qiraj, they are unlike any Qiraji or Silithid we have faced before. And worst of all, our priests are plagued by unrelenting nightmares. They see our cities burning to ash, and our people turning against each other. I fear that these visions are but the harbinger of something far more dire. We must prepare ourselves for disaster. You may speak. It is clear that Ramkahan cannot face these menaces alone. I propose an accord with those here today, that we band together and defend our home.
You cannot be serious. I will not partner with grave robbers and bandits.
You will obey your king. All who would fight for Uldum are allies of Ramkahan.
The Waste Wanderers stand with you, King Phaoris.
The League's got your back too.
Very well. Together, we will vanquish all who threaten our home. For Uldum. Do you bring news?
Our accord with the Waste Wanderers and the Explorers League will aid us in defending Uldum. Yet even our combined strength, we may not be able to hold these enemies at bay without your help.
Ramkahan stands with you.
Do an assault in Old... Oh, no.
Our power is in our people.
Oh, no. That's bad.
State your business. Enough chatter. With
oh, thank God. Thank you.
Enemies descend upon Uldum. We must drive them from the sands. Strike them down wherever possible, but focus on key objectives and enemy champions to deal the most damage.
Oh no, it's much worse than dailies. For those of you not aware, it rotates where the current assault is between the two zones. And that rotation is long enough that we'd be putting the game down to, like, tomorrow. Or later. So, you know. That would have sucked, is what I'm trying to say. It looks like we've kind of been able to cheese an answer to that. What level are you? Let's find out. Yeah, thank goodness. So that is another improvement over Legion that I will give BFA. We don't have to actually wait for a freaking assault, which is on a real-life timer. Does anyone want to help me kill this jackass, by the way? So I can get some credit for this quest. He is definitely not soloable. For me. I am not time-walking. You just have to be able to get to Uldum and this layer. I mean, 8.3, right? We have hit that weird good patch right before we hit Shadowlands launch. Shadowlands launch. It is old with Doom. Let's see. You don't have to, but you're more than welcome. Yeah, it's possible nobody can actually get to this layer, too. So, we'll see. Jeez, 1%.
Uldum is our home now. We won't rest until Uldum.
Might as well get some coalescing visions while I'm here. Which one, Greywolf? Because I use a bunch of add-ons. Like, I don't have a UI add-on. Yeah, I don't use Elv UI, for example. My action bar? This down here? That's Bartender. What? Ow. I highly recommend Bartender. It's probably the best and most customizable action bar that exists. Nice, Bragwin. I actually have 2 as well on my warrior. I checked earlier. My warrior is the one I actually did that with. My cloak is level 13, I want to say, or something like that. Okay, can I just land up here? Oh, I can. Nice. Come here, my pretties. And your little dogs, too. These little old god dogs. Old dogs. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll workshop it. Yeah, one of these days, as part of the Star Wars movie review series that I'm never going to get to actually do, I want to go back and rewatch Episode 8. Because I never have. I only watched it the one time in the theaters, and that experience was sufficiently terrible that I've never gone back to it. These aren't counting. That's interesting. Yeah. I have seen Stranger Things. I do not like it. I mean, it's fine. It's just not my thing. Let's see if I can kill one of these guys by myself. I probably can't. Although, never mind, he's a 50. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, I used to farm these invasions quite a bit, because these were a great source of coalescing. And I used to burn coalescing on the visions. What, 10,000 coalescing for 1 key? Something like that. Plus some other stuff. I'm pretty sure I got the mount. Nah, that's not a surprise. I honestly didn't think anybody could join me for this. That's okay. I appreciate everyone trying.
Well struck. Defeating the enemy's champions will break their morale and send them scurrying back to the shadows.
Where they belong. You know, I think I've only ever completed 1 vision. It was Stormwind, because I just know the Stormwind layout a lot better. God, visions are so cool. I'm very looking forward to seeing how good, bad, or in between they are now. They were also the beginning of something I really enjoy. Elves. No, really think about it for a second. Really think about the tech involved. Think about how they scale to your party size all the way down to 1. You know what's going to sound weird is I don't remember what you got out of doing visions. I just did them because they were fun, because it's me. I'm sure I got something out of doing them. Oh yeah, I actually need to get the backpack. I think that backpack would suit Swiftshot. Ugh. When I say it's scaled, I meant it's scaled to your party size, Bregman. They're mean as hell. The first dungeon... So, Have you seen the Stormwind one, Brigman? Just so you know what I'm talking about. Okay, you have. Okay, picture Stormwind for a second. You start off on the west end of the chapel, and you go down. You go down the alley, turn left again to go into the chapel, and that's your first boss right there, right? That the very, very, very first time we did that, it was me and Pax, we got to the second trash pack in that alley and wiped. And that was it. That was our first vision experience. But yeah, the thing is, they have a rogue element to them, rogue progression specifically. Each run, you get more resistance, and you get more ability to use corruption gear, and I forget what else. There was something else. And that allows you to do more, get farther. Anybody who actually got to the first boss their first run probably knew exactly what they were doing and was very geared. Oh yeah, speaking of Bragwin, this is just for you. So I got Bragwin's luck this morning. Party here. So I had a little bit of time while I was eating breakfast, and I decided to do a quick time walking dungeon to get started on my weekly, because this is the last week for that, and I need to finish that this week. So I'm like, okay, get a time walking dungeon. First thing that happens is the Death Knight DPS in there was in tank stance. Now that's irritating, but it's ultimately whatever, but the actual tank decided to be butthurt about that. So the Death Knight tank decided to bail. It wasn't kicked, mind you, just left out of nowhere. Okay. That was easily replaceable. Then we got a little bit further. We were doing deep core, specifically. So we get a little bit further, and we get to the room from hell. You know, the room where everyone runs, and it's easy to mass pull right before the Earth Elemental boss. So we get there. And we pull, 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 and we wipe. Like, we pull about half the entire room because people aren't killing the runners, and nobody's dealing with the mobs whose only job it is to be like, hey, there's someone there. Yeah, exactly, right there, one log. So then the tank gets all pissy about that and bails. Okay, whatever. We get a new tank almost instantly, of course. New tank comes in, it's like, okay. Most of the room is cleared by now, because, you know, I was actually kind of carrying, because I know how to do Warrior very well. And, well, Warrior's in a good space right now as far as DPS, because duh. So, okay. We managed to do a good job. Cool. Get to the boss, and he does that. He only really has, like, 3 attacks, and one of them is the thing where he does a really, really, really heavy hit in a circle around him. You really are supposed to get out of that circle. Guess how many people in that group got out of that circle? I had him down to 8% by myself, desperately thinking I could actually pull a win out of it before he finally broke me. Upon his body. And then the healer bailed. At this point, the only people as part of the original group is me and like one other DPS. And then we got a new healer, and then we swept the rest of it in like a minute, which is more like my usual experience in WoW. But it was this weird cavalcade of. No, he was the first one to leave, Jay Palmer. Yeah, having a reflect boss, especially when there's not much else going on, is just kind of boring. I call that a red light, green light boss. Because, duh.
Survival is never easy.
Do whatever it takes.
58. We're getting there. Well, since I can't kill the rare, well, that rare anyways, let's head down to the ruins. There might be another rare down there.
This appears to be a place of importance to our enemy. Do what you can to disrupt their operations.
Can do. Void-formed obsidian. Good evening, Mr. Floyd. .3 Visions of whatever. Yep, we're hopefully going to hit Nyalotha today. Running into a bit of a time barrier right now, which is slowing me down, but I'm working on it, I'm working on it. Is this even, like... This is the last patch. This is it. After that is the final raid, and the final raid is it. There's actually a quest chain we're missing, but there's nothing I can really do about that. Yeah, you know how we gave a whole bunch of atmosphere and visual storytelling and lighting and brickwork and doodad positives to the Grand Palace or whatever, the Eternal Palace? We're going to see something very similar, I think, when it gets to Nyalotha. In fact, I can't wait to show off something for you that most people I know never even noticed. There's a rare. Come here, Mr. Rare. Yeah, speaking of... Blade Taval asked me once what a skybox positive looks like. Nyalotha's skybox. That's what a positive to skybox looks like. If you know, you know. I'm going to try one more area, and then I'm just going to go grind mobs to finish this up. To be clear, I'm not talking... Ooh. I'm not talking about the skybox as the thing people don't notice. Although I'm sure people didn't notice that either. Huh. By the way, these should probably be warbound. I'm just saying, Blizzard. Please make these warbound.
Your pathetic kind will serve N'Zoth or be buried beneath the dunes.
The commander has emerged. Eliminate them to end their advance.
59, by the way. Probably not Spartan. I don't know. I've talked about Soulbound as a concept several times, and there's some validity to it existing, but the older I get, the more I study MMO design, the more I think Soulbound probably shouldn't exist, except for very specific things. In other words, it should be the exception, not the rule.
It is done. The enemy forces are routed and in retreat. Return to Ramkahan when you can.
Come on. Do I get credit for it? Do I have to pick up the cash first? I think I have to do this first.
Good to see you.
Maybe?
Until we meet again. Be safe.
There we go. Okay. What we got? They're still in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Corrupted Gear. One of the best gear ideas WoW has ever had. And I mean that. I've actually talked about it several times. So here's how this works, okay? First of all, it's got decent stats. Sure, whatever. But, it looks like it actually doesn't work because everything is grayed out on it. This is probably going to get an abandonment negative. I was actually debating. But yeah, so the way it worked, I should use past tense here. First of all, new outline to indicate that it's corrupted gear. And it shows off what corruption is, and then the corruption effect. So this would give me 15 corruptions. Yes, they did, Jake Walmer. However, it also gives me Void Ritual. My spells and effects have a chance to increase all secondary stats by 17 every second for 20 seconds. This chance is increased if at least 2 nearby allies also have Void Ritual. That is exactly as insane as that sounds. Each of the corrupted effects were really good. Huthor actually mentioned this like weeks ago. Corrupted effects were when they just took balance and threw it completely out the window. They just played around with whatever the hell they felt like it. And lo and behold, we got some very fun, very interesting stuff as a result of it. Here's the cool part, though. It's not just a freebie, because Corrupted Gear comes with Corruption as a stat. Now, unfortunately, I can't show you the exact values. Maybe I can look them up. Hang on, let's actually do this really quick here. Let's see if I can find values for Corruption. Here we go. Okay, so need to double check here. Perfect. Okay, so as your corruption stat increases, things get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse for you. The max corruption you could have on you is 200, okay? We'll start at the bottom. If you have 1 to 19 corruption, anytime you take damage, it has a chance to reduce your movement speed. The more your corruption, the bigger the slow. At 20 to 39, you gain Eye of Corruption. Your spells and abilities have a chance to summon an Eye of Corruption, which does damage to you. Okay. At 40 to 59, Grand Delusion. Taking damage has a chance to summon a Thing from Beyond, which pursues you for 8 seconds. If it reaches you, it beats the crap out of you, by the way. The more corruption you have, the faster it is. At 60 to 79, you have Cascading Disaster. If you are struck by the Thing from Beyond, you will immediately be affected by the Grasping Tendrils and the Eye of Corruption on the spot. At 80 to 199, you have Inevitable Doom. All damage taken is magnified, all healing received is reduced, increased with further corruption. At 200, which is the cap, you have a debuff called Inescapable Consequences. N'Zoth has laid claim to your very essence, dealing 25% of your max health every second while you're in combat. So obviously, managing your corruption was a whole mechanic. So corruption gear comes with amazing effects, but it comes with corruption, the stat. So you got to manage that. It's very give and take. Now, hang on, there's a wonderful asterisk to that. There's actually two. First, if you want to be boring, you could talk to Mother and say, hey, cleanse the corruption off of this piece of gear. At which point, like this item right here, get rid of the corruption, get rid of the equip. It just becomes, 4 armor, 5 intellect, 7 stamina, 4 crit, and 5 haste. Cool. That's a way to, like, keep your existing set, but, like, knock the corruption off of some of it to help manage it. But the other thing you could do is you can increase your corruption resistance. Now, there were several things you can do to increase your corruption resistance, but the biggest is, of course, the damn cloak. Let me double check here. I'm wondering if this actually shares the numbers. Looks like it does not. Oh well. Point being, upgrading the cloak, which is something you did in Visions, increases your corruption resistance. Increased corruption resistance helps with several things, including with having more and more corrupted gear, which gives you more and more overpowered effects. So if I have 10 corruption resistance and I put this on, I'm only gaining 5 corruption, and 5 corruption just gives me that stupid thing that slows me, the tendrils. That's easy to deal with. I can deal with that. You get the idea? So it was a give and take that rewarded the player with cool stuff for managing themselves, but also you could kind of manage further over time to have more and more cool stuff. It was a great system. That is not in the game anymore.
How may Ramkahan aid you?
The threat is abated, for now. Our scouts will continue to monitor enemy movement. With any luck, we should be able to keep them at bay before they can make a move on the forge.
We will protect Uldum.
61, Uthor. Oh, I guess this is Magna giving this. Thanks for helping me back there at the forge. It's vexing that N'Zoth was able to infiltrate it so quickly, but at least we arrived in time to keep it from being completely wrecked. Now comes the task of getting back to 100%.
Champion! Mother may have found a way to restore the Forge of Origination. Meet us at the Chamber of Heart as soon as you can!
It was very much an everything goes kind of a situation, Blade Taval. Good and bad. But you know me. I tend to like that kind of weird, fun, interesting stuff. And there was a lot of weird, fun, interesting stuff in Corruption Gear. It was also, well, I don't want to call it mandatory, but having a lot of really corrupted gear was very helpful in doing the visions. And doing the visions increased your corruption resistance. So that was probably a deliberate reinforcement loop. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people just like fun, interesting, engaging things in gaming. I don't say that to be facetious. I mean that with actual sincerity. It's a weirdly common thing. A lot of people like, gear that gives you +1 strength, and that's it. I don't think I have Ismir Star. Hey! Calicos has a quest for me. So does Wrathion, actually.
You're back! Let's hear what Mother has to say.
Is there something you wish to discuss?
Oh.
Forge operating at reduced capacity. Recommendation.
It's just a straight-up Nexus.
Compatible Titan facilities.
Look at it.
So the forge was not damaged beyond repair. How fortuitous. It is
All of the other forges are working full-time to protect Azeroth. Is there anywhere else we can get that power?
Schematics indicate compatibility between Forge of Origination and Engine of Nalak Shah.
That's it then. Looks like we're heading to Pandaria.
Do you think we should do it now, Huthor?
Greetings.
That looks like that's the Alexstrasza one. Alexstrasza, excuse me.
We meet again, champion.
Corruption behaves in mysterious ways. It spreads beyond Azeroth herself, touching our most intimate thoughts and corrupting various relics, as you've seen firsthand.
Until next time.
Mother?
Accessing breeding database. Hello.
Yeah, she's just describing corruption gear here. We're just going to skip through that unlock.
Farewell protocol activated.
The blue dragonflight stands with you.
When I first sensed these essences, I did not anticipate the importance of the role they would play. It's only a matter of time before all the dragonflights are brought into the fold. Although I've reached out to the other aspects, I have yet to hear from Alexstrasza. It's odd that she would be silent while these powers manifest.
Good luck. Make haste, champion. I will meet you in the Twilight Highlands.
True, Uthor. Oh god, there we go. Turned around there for a second. I mean, the dragons have been mostly absent since Kata, which makes sense. They peeked their heads in during Legion, because everybody peeked their heads in during Legion. But really, the dragons as a force haven't been doing much since Kata. And won't until Dragonflight. I mean, yeah, we interact with Chromie all the time. Too much, one might say. I'm kidding.
This world is full of wonder.
It's far worse than expected. We tried to reach the readout, but didn't even make it to the ridge. Something is watching the skies and preventing us from reaching Alexstrasza.
Together we will defend our world.
It is unlike Alexstrasza to remain out of contact for so long, particularly when the very essences of the Dragonflight's power are being made manifest. While our allies here tend to the injured, we must seek out the Lifebinder at once.
Good luck, champion. Fly true.
That sounded like queuing for a scenario.
We will rise to any challenge.
Interesting. I don't disagree with that overall point, Hazardous, and I do agree that readability in HUD design is kind of very important. I guess, I don't know. I'm really, really tired of developers sacrificing good gameplay in exchange for balance. That's really what it boils down to. People preferring simple stats doesn't bug me at the end of the day, because that's just preference, right? Everyone has their own things. You know, FF14 has extraordinarily simple gear system to the point where I honestly argue it probably shouldn't even exist. Like, there's no reason for it to be in the game. But, I'm tired of the balance argument. That's all that really boils down to. I'm sick of it. Balance has ruined so many games for decades. Yeah, the new Caligo's voice actor does a better job of it. This is interesting. I don't know how long this is going to be, so we're going to pretend it's going to be a while and go do other stuff. I have actually seen games that unironically do exactly that, Hazardous. There's an old RTS. You start off in, like, the classic age, and you end up in the sci-fi age on one map. No, not a 4X. RTS. I can't think of the name of it. But anyways, whatever that game is a good example of there's so many broken, overpowered things that they all kind of cancel each other out a little bit.
I speak for Azeroth. Our world...
Last I heard, the Mogoshan vaults were still abandoned. We shouldn't have too much of a time reaching the engine, since we already defeated the Mogul Guardians.
Back to work. I'll meet you at the entrance to the vaults, champion.
No, not Age of Empires. Hi, Giga. Hang on, Empire Earth. Let me start Googling here. I think it is Empire Earth. Yep, no, it is. Cool. That's true, Gigapudding. It's almost like I have a website. Did you know that I put time and effort into working on my website on a regular basis, and nobody gives a crap? Sorry. I know that there's actually 2 things I need to do on the website still that I have not had time to do. I need to put the LGAs up on the website, which I do plan to do. And I still need to finish updating all the review pages up to the modern code, which is a very slow, boring, manual task. Which is why I haven't done it. Yeah, no, Corruption Gear was good in balance, in my opinion. I don't have one, Huthor? So I can't test that easily. I would have to go talk to a hang on. Okay, that didn't do it. Nope. How about... Nope, that didn't do it either.
Careful, hero. One of these Mogu is still kicking.
Honored Speaker, I would have words with you.
You what? Well, that's peculiar.
Yeah, remember the Mogu? You don't remember these guys. We actually just talked about these guys.
We must make haste. The Manted...
And he's dead.
Mogu, these vaults now belong to the Empress.
No, not that one. The new Empress.
Your allies will die with you.
Don't worry, she's gonna die too.
Our swarms are endless.
What are we gonna do now?
Genocide the Manted. Again.
My clan.
Well met. Remember your duty to Azeroth.
That's Umberberia looks nigh impossible. Looks like we hit a dead end.
Back to work.
Magni, I don't want to say... You can go through the earth to teleport. Can't you just go under the stupid barrier? The slain Mogu clutches a sigil in his hand, a symbol of the mysterious clan he belongs to. Perhaps if you track down his clan, they may know more about the Mantid's invasion of the Mogoshan Vaults and how they can be overcome. Lorewalker Cho is well known as a font of lore for Pandaria. He may be able to track down the origins of the sigil.
If this Mogu's clan is anything like him, maybe they'd be willing to help us. I didn't know the first thing about Mogu clan sigils, but I bet Lorewalker Cho does. I'll meet you at the seat of knowledge.
You could just go past the barrier. Okay, whatever. Look, Lynn Ruth, they really wanted to call their leader an empress, and she can't be an empress without an empire, okay? We have to make concessions. Oh. Okay. I'm not going to complain about that. No. Yeah, suddenly Twilights.
Surrounded. You must reach her.
Oh yeah, these are voids, aren't they? My bad. No, yeah, they're void twisted. I'm right.
Well timed, champion. Now, subdue these aberrations.
We were talking a few weeks ago about who we'd be on a first name basis with as the PC. I like to think that Alex Strauss is on that list at this point. And by at this point, I mean probably after Dragonflight, but still. This is the Vermilion Redoubt, which is in the Twilight Highlands. Like, I love the sky right now. Hard to show off because I'm so short, but yeah. Like, we got Anduin, who we've kind of been there since he was a kid. We've got Jaina, yeah. We've got Thrall, he's affable enough already. Alex Strauss, yeah, honestly, yeah. All of the dragon aspects, especially Alex Strauss and Chromie. We've had a lot of interactions with both of them. I know she's not an aspect. She might as well be. Let's see. I'm actually not sure past that. Magni. After BFA, if nothing else. Rathion. I mean, we've literally been there since he was crafted. I think that counts.
This battle is far from over. I can sense their leader drawing near.
I can probably handle that.
Greetings.
Yeah, that's true, Mr. Red.
What are they doing to my children?
Give you two guesses. Because they tried to do it last time, too.
Lifebinder. Give in to the whispers. Join us, and you will be granted power beyond measure. Never!
Alexstrasza and I will focus on Vexiona. Do what you can to save the captives.
Okay, that's Valiona, not Vexiona. Sorry. Had to double check myself there.
Behold the future of all dragon flights. United as one. You will see the truth as I have, sister. You are not my sister.
Oh yeah, you're right, aren't you? There she is. I remember this fight. I've actually done every fight in Nyalotha except the last one. Pretty bad, J. Palmer. Pretty bad. So why did the War for Battle for Azeroth start? Would you believe that's a complex question? Like both from an in-universe and an out-of-universe perspective, the Banshee War started for several reasons. But let's zoom in on the biggest reason by far. See, there's this guy named the Jailer, and his dick is huge. And he has been behind everything forever, across all of history forever. And so he ensured that the Burning Crusade would happen, and then we would stop it, so we would kill a Titan, so that would damage the mechanism of death, so souls would go to him, so he could be empowered and take over the entire universe. The War of BFA is the kill a bunch of souls to empower him step of that phase. The best part, nothing I just said is an exaggeration, nor did I make it up. Like, if I wanted to exaggerate, I'm not sure I could exaggerate past what he actually is.
Quickly, we must chase her down!
Like, I don't know how to go past that.
Why do you resist, sister? Do you not see the grand destiny that awaits our kind?
The power you were promised will not protect you from me.
That's actually a pretty good taunt.
There's but one way this can end, champion. Prepare for a fight.
I mean, I'll be shocked if any villain this year surpasses the Jailer. I really will.
There she is. Now we finish this.
So be it. If you will not join us, then you will be reduced to empty husks.
Your master will lead you to nothing but ruin.
Now, you want to know the messed up thing? The Sister of Takuvma is much worse than the Jailer. Because the Jailer isn't the main villain, then the main protagonist, in that order. Like, that alone, you know? Also, he has a better voice actor than the Sister of Takuvma. And less screen time.
Enough! This madness ends now!
The aspects stand in defense of this world.
Again. Even though they don't have any Titan energy. But we do. We're here.
This is not possible! I just need more power!
More fun?
Pathetic dragon flights will fall.
Subtlety.
If you will not serve the master, then I will find one who will.
Narrator.
Let her go.
She does not find
My
one.
children are safer now. Champion, your actions today have saved the Red Dragonflight from a terrible fate. For that, I am eternally grateful. I know you seek to empower the heart of Azeroth. You have more than earned my support. Cora Straza will carry you back to Silithus. I will meet you there.
The best part is we'll be able to math that out when we get there, Lord Aramon. Because I've already reviewed Mass Effect 3. Outlaw's fun, Assassin's fun, and Subtlety's fun. But Subtlety is really, really good. Like, I just really enjoy Subtlety. Having said that, Outlaw is way more chill. Subtlety is a very frenetic spec. Your haste is insane, and you are constantly doing something. The only negative I could give Outlaw is the fact that it doesn't have the cannon bombardment anymore. Give us our cannons back, damn it! But who's shooting the cannons? Don't care. I have a pirate ship that just follows me around everywhere. They have a very demanding job, and they're very good at it. I pay them well for it.
What is it you seek?
I must rely on your aid once more.
The Red Dragonflight will protect this world.
We owe you a great debt of gratitude. Deal of gratitude. You have the support of the Red Flight in your efforts to save Azeroth.
Life endures. Long has my flight protected all life on Azeroth, and so shall we continue for as long as we draw breath.
Purple on that thing now.
Accept this gift. May it light a flame within you to burn bright through the darkest times.
Also, isn't that her new model? You can tell if she has freckles. I couldn't see if there's any freckles. Too dark. No.
These stones have tales to tell.
By the way, 62 on the necklace, Uthor. We might actually make it. We'll see. Oh, God. Ah. Yeah. It's cool, Blondiosaurus Rex. Almost refreshing, soothing, you know? Like you pet it and it's like, ah. And then you start to relax. You slowly drift on the whispers.
Ah, champion! Just as new dangers threaten Pandaria, her heroes make a triumphant return.
Sepcho.
This will surely be a tale to remember. But enough prattling. How can I help?
So, the Mogushan vaults have been taken by the Mounted. Slow down.
Eyes open. Always be learning.
See, a Mogu asked for help. That is quite uncharacteristic. I'd be happy. Slow down, Giga. I'd be happy to help you uncover the origins of this sigil. To be honest, the prospect of a Mogu clan that isn't openly hostile interests me greatly. Just think of the possibilities. Let's get down to business. We'll need to consult the volumes on various Mogu clans.
Jade Serpent Guy. As you know, the Mogu clans were once again united by the resurrected Thunder King, Lei Shen. After his defeat, the Mogu splintered and began warring for dominance. Many new clans arose from the ashes.
And then died.
Perhaps this sigil belongs to one of them. Let's begin our search with my copy of The Serpent Masters. With their command over Storm and Serpent, many consider the Zantien the dominant clan, though the others surely disagree. However, I see nothing pertaining to our mysterious sigil. Perhaps my copy of Power Through Blood holds the answer. Masters of blood magic, the Dokani bolster their ranks with powerful war machines fueled by the life essence of those they conquer. This looks nothing like the sigil, though. See if you can find a copy of Will of Stone. Stubborn and prideful, the Baruch used the spirits of the dead to animate the statues littering their ruins and turn them into immortal soldiers. The sigil does not appear here either. Could it be we've not encountered these Mogu before? Wait, there is one more tome we could search. Bring me a copy of The Origins of the Mogu.
Oh my god, Maverick. Yeah, that's going to be something me and Pax grind out slow mode, I think, over a few weeks.
The Mogu served the Titans as builders and guardians. Those who answered to High Keeper Raden were known as the Rajani. Remarkable. This sigil matches that of the Rajani. Is it possible that this ancient clan has been resurrected? And what of Raden? How does today find you?
If the Mogu are once again following Raden, it could mean an end to their days of war. Well, this is very exciting.
Every good story needs a hero.
Now that we have an idea of who we're looking for, the next question is, where can we find them? With the constant infighting of the Mogu, it is likely each clan would keep tabs on the whereabouts of their competitors. If we can find such information, it may just lead us to the Rajani.
Tread light?
I'll stay with the Lore Walker and ask what he knows about the vaults. Good luck with the Mogu.
See you in a bit, Magni. We did not kill Ra, but we'll talk more about him later. And there's that wonderful, like, deep blue and red motif again. Same thing we saw in the Eternal Palace, if you remember. So it's pretty much N'Zoth's color scheme. They really love their color theming in WoW, and I am 100% in favor of it. Ra was referenced in Legion, but I don't think he was actually in Legion.
Breakable flesh! Our clan is unbreakable.
Gosh, I actually don't remember past that. I'm pretty sure he was just referenced and not actually present.
You struggle against the inevitable end.
You know, I didn't even think about that, Bregman, but you're absolutely right. Correct, Linneruth. He also had a unique mechanic. He only had 20 pulls, I think it was.
Our clan is unbreakable.
I think it was 20 pulls. Before he would just go away, and that would be it for the week. So don't waste them. Yeah, sorry, heroic, because Mythic didn't exist until Siege. Yeah, afterwards he talks to you, Linneruth. Oh yeah, by the way. You like these Mogu statues? Because, they've got a couple of additions. I don't know, what do you think? I'm kind of buying the aesthetic. I just... The eyes, they speak to me. Really? That makes perfect sense. Mr. Red, come here really quick, please. I need to show you something. Sorry. By the way, poor Veil of the Eternal Blossoms, right? First it gets smashed by Garrosh, and then they start restoring it. You can see the water's back. And then this happens. The eyes have it. Oh my god.
Hello. Farewell.
You found the Rajani. Excellent. Let's just hope they'll put down their spears long enough to hear us out. Azeroth cries out in pain.
According to the scouting reports you found, the Rajani are holed up on the Silent Sanctuary, overlooking the Mistfall village. They're described in the report as seclusive and dangerous, so we must take caution when approaching them.
Fight for our world!
It's actually a good point. I should show that off since we're here now. In this time. Yep, nope, there it is. Oh, God. You know, insurance companies can go directly to hell, but even I wouldn't wish Azeroth on insurance companies. What? That's not it. Alright, hang on. I gotta murder Esmira Star. Which is easy, because she's an eel, so... You sure it wasn't this one? God, now I'm doubting myself. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Wait, where? What? Where? I see nothing. There's nothing here. The eyes are whispering to me. The raids? Uldir is kind of flat, if I'm being honest. At least until you do the final descent. Then it becomes a lot more interesting. Battle of Dazar'alor is a hard one, because I don't care about the plot at all. But man, it's done some really interesting stuff story-wise. Rastakhan and Bwansamdi kind of carry that raid. The Eternal Palace is probably the best plot raid we've had so far, with the only possible exception being Antorus.
Halt,
we'll see Ny'alotha.
Your kind are not welcome here.
Yeah, hi.
Is that how you address the Speaker of Azeroth?
The Speaker? What is the meaning of this?
How did you obtain this? He was slain by a mantis and told me to seek you out. Then his mission has failed. It is as we feared. It was not Su's place to send you to us. But your arrival presents an opportunity that has been until now been closed to us. Walk with me, I will explain.
As you have seen, the Mantid have begun to swarm. I did not realize they had grown so bold as to invade Mogushan vaults. This is far too early for another cycle to begin. The rise of their new Empress must have spurred them to action. Meanwhile, our scouts report that a massive Mogu army is assembling in the north, in numbers not seen since the days of Lei Shen. With the attention of the Golden Lotus divided, the Mogu clearly see an opportunity to conquer the Veil and subjugate everyone within. Most troubling of all, though the Veil has been cleansed of the Shah's corruption, a tangible sense of dread lingers in the air. The High Keeper speaks of a looming threat that we are powerless to stop. I cannot draw him out of his malaise. Perhaps you will fare better.
There is no hope. The coming threat will consume us all.
Hello, Ra.
You only delay the inevitable.
Try as I might, I cannot reach him.
So, like I said, we'll talk about Ra in a minute.
You have my attention.
Champion of Azeroth. I should have expected you'd show up at the Vale soon enough. Why have you disturbed my peaceful exile? Yeah, I need the engine of Nalaksha to safeguard Azeroth from N'Zoth. I have heard the whispers. I know what evil is upon us. I'm afraid the coming darkness is too great even for you to bear. It took the combined might of all the Keepers and creations to imprison the old gods during the time of the Black Empire. With the Pantheon gone and the Keepers scattered, what hope do you have to prevail? The Titans are alive, dude. Like, that was a big reveal in Legion. Is that the... Okay.
The end approaches.
It is of no use. The High Keeper is convinced of our fate. It will take more than words to move him.
It can't be coincidence that just when we need help with the Forge of Origination, we find the Keeper who installed it.
Yes, it can. That's what a coincidence is. If the High Keeper is so convinced we don't stand a chance against our enemies, perhaps a show of force would sway him. I'm not sure how you could manage, but if you could bring proof of victory against those who threaten the Veil, it may convince him action should be taken. So, go do a thing. Thingamabob.
This cannot be. The Black Empire itself has invaded the Veil. Act swiftly, before all is lost.
So I'm going to cut off a little bit early. I was kind of hoping to plow through, but the Heritage Quest took a little bit longer. So I'm going to go and take a lunch, take an early lunch. And when we come back, we're finishing BFA. Damn it. I'll see you.